worst. Your whole life's just mired in the dirt. Well, look at you now. Don't you ever sit back and wonder how things just got this way? Pay attention to what you say. Don't even look around. There ain't no one to help you out. You got a cursed dog. You got a curse that you gotta get out. If you ever would've thought these lies get you caught, now you gotta face the facts. No one's got your back. If you ever would've heard just how fucking absurd, now you're just a thief that's stuck with a curse. You got a curse, a fucking liar and degree of the first. You're the worst. Your whole life's just mired in the dirt. You wanna hit me with that bullshit? Fuck that. Anything but admit. Bitch, stuck with the curse. You got a curse, a fucking liar and degree of the worst. You're the worst. Your whole life's just mired in the dirt. Oh yeah. You wanna hit me with that bullshit? Fuck that! Okay, anything but admit. Bitch, stuck with a curse! That's gonna grip around my throat. That's gonna grip. It ain't letting go. I was in dreams, 2 years right down the drain. 2 years right down the fucking drain. 2 souls ripped apart from all the strain that part of me died. When you drug me face first through the fucking dirt. You always knew that I needed to. That stupid bitch destroyed my youth. Into the family that I still love. Farewell, I'm now your dead son. To say, but I'll just keep my mouth shut. I got a lot of things to say. on at 22 seems to stand as living proof. I'm sick of wasting my damn time. I'm sick of losing my fucking mind. But what can you do? Say we'll be to give and never follow through. I'm sick of wasting my damn time. I'm sick of losing my fucking mind. When life passes us by, we look up to the sky. No reply, but life passed me by. I don't wonder why, I just live my life. I don't wonder why, I just live my life. Please, believe. You wanna talk about what all this means? You wanna talk about what makes you believe the American dream? Well, they give it to few. The rest of us born to die, born to lose. Take me back before we all went our separate ways. Born to lose. Sit and reminisce, thinking of better times. Born to lose. Sit growing up, man, I would lose my friends. Born to lose, born to die. We're already dead.
Triple C's like I'm 16. Tell me I'll be fine, I don't know why nobody's listening. Carry minds while I'm fading. Hope I get back up and ride the high, it's amazing. Took a little more this time, hoping that I'll be alright. I'm always in between the lines, lost in the starry night. I'm thinking that I'm going blind, up in the sun don't shine. No, just slow me, just slow me, just slow me down. You don't really wanna see me, you just love the way I told sleep. Coming up it feels amazing. Look around, I see it all, just calm down. Slow this out of town now, smoking way too loud. Thinking I may crash it, but nobody's around. Up on all these late nights, baby I don't sleep right. Someone slow me down, or someone slow me down. Down, down, down on the floor, I can't breathe, I feel it coming up again. It's not me, it's not me. Feeling numb, I'm so exhausted. Pills keeping me locked in, won't you keep me locked in? If you think you slow me down, I'll be honest, I'll crash this car into a bridge after I pop this. Slow this out of town now, smoking way too loud. Thinking I may crash it, but nobody's around. Up on all these late nights, baby I don't sleep right. Someone slow me down, or someone slow me down. Someone slow me down, now I'm smoking way too loud. I know I'm gonna crash it, now everyone's around. I'm up on all these late nights, and baby I don't sleep right. You won't slow me down, no you won't slow me down. Down, down. Triple C's like I'm 16. Tell me I'll be fine, I don't know why nobody's listening. Carry minds while I'm fading. Hope I get back up and ride the high, it's amazing. Slow this out of town now, smoking way too loud. Thinking I may crash it, but nobody's around. Up on all these late nights, baby I don't sleep right. Someone slow me down, or someone slow me down. Someone slow me down, now I'm smoking way too loud. I know I'm gonna crash it, now everyone's around. I'm up on all these late nights, and baby I don't sleep right. You won't slow me down, no you won't slow me down. Down, down.
everything is crashing down around me. They say when it rains it pours. I'm taking on this alone, and maybe everything wasn't for nothing. And maybe I can catch some sleep tonight. When it rains it pours, and it's pouring tonight, but I don't have time to let them get the best of me. And this is everything I've worked for. You show me how to believe in myself, my only hope through it all. Wait, I'll keep holding on, lost in my ground. Leave this godforsaken town. I'll show every non-believer that we had it all along. Send postcards to my saviors, the warriors without paychecks, weary hearts who held on to see us overcome. Sitting makes me feel so small. I got nowhere to go but up. They won't get the best of me, and this is everything I've worked for. You show me how to believe in myself, my only hope through it all. Wait, I'll keep holding on, scream your lungs out, and cry yourself to sleep. I keep it quiet and set your mind free. Spread your passion, do what you want, but you'll never pry this dream out of my hands. When it rains it pours, and it's pouring tonight, but I don't have time to let them get the best of me. And this is everything I worked for. You show me how to believe in myself, my only hope through it all. Wait, I'll keep holding on. I'm just a boy growing up way too fast, with my eyes on the future and my heart in the past. Sing it out, sing it loud. Can I be more than just another melody? When I was younger, I thought mom and dad knew everything. I thought life was in a book. And now it seems to me that things could be a bit more complicated than I once believed.
It's been down some lonely roads, and I prayed that every scar would be a story to be told. Cause I fought for the dream that this voice might sing presence, that these words could be something more than transparent. I know that down this road could bring her to her heart. I could let someone know that the best of us fall sometimes. Don't be afraid to get out of line. This fragile heart, well, it's been down some lonely roads, and I pray that every scar would be a story to be told. I fought for the dream that this voice might sing presence, that these words could be something more than transparent. I know that down this road I can bring all to a heart. I can let someone know that the best of us fall sometimes. Don't be afraid to get out of line. I'm looking to the stars tonight, and I don't pretend to understand the purpose of my life. Can't you see I'm striving to be relevant? Something more than a hopeless consequence. I'm singing to the moon, singing out to you. This isn't working, but nothing's ever perfect. Maybe if I'm worth it, you'll keep holding on. There is beauty in the fact that we're nothing all that special, and we're part of something greater than the glamour that devours all our culture and endows the money makers with the sense of relevance. But can't you see that I'm striving to be relevant? Something more than a hopeless consequence. I'm singing to the moon, singing out to you. This isn't working, but nothing's ever perfect. Maybe if I'm worth it, you'll keep holding on and try. I'll try again to find my place inside this world. But this could be the world to me, held inside your hands. I'll grit my teeth and close my eyes, pretend that I'm alright. I'll write the words that ease the pain. I'm singing to the moon, singing out to you. This isn't working, but nothing's ever perfect. And maybe if I'm worth it, you'll keep holding on.
run around damaging my mental health. I lost all my feelings. I don't know when I'll come around, but I know I'll be on my own. These pills are getting harder to choke down, but they make me feel less alone. 3 white stripes when I lace up. I can't go back, I'm too fucked up. She don't really care, I'm aware this is fake love. Fake love, take one and break up. Save your breath, it's a long night. Dragging myself down to Papa's Annie so I sleep tight, yeah. Cause when I'm tired as fuck, I'm so low. I'm out of luck, yeah, I'm out of luck. And I know that it's so hard to fake it. Broke ass bitch, I swear I'm not jaded. I just want it reciprocated. Yeah, yeah, cause I got 3 white stripes when I lace up. I can't go back, I'm too fucked up. She don't really care, I'm aware this is fake love. You fake love, take one and tell me you hate me, alright. Reading between every line, and I give a fuck that you're mine. Take it, I'm done, oh, I'm fine. I'm steady now, I don't wanna fade out. Oh no, 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 no. Turn around, I'm loading up a clip now. Not too far gone, I'm at the edge. I'm hoping I don't break down. I'm black out, I'm blacked out. I turn around, I'm loading up a clip now.
Took my life, fucking so cold. No matter what I say or what I do, I just can't get away from you. War.
Describe the weight that I carry with me. I fear all the things I can't see. She wants me to feel, not live and reprieve. That's my first reaction, distract and repeat. It's like a fog, lousy reception. My head and my heart in separate directions. I don't speak the language you need me to speak. Then feel like
It's been a cold 7 years since we last spoke, and I've been living with your ghost. He's telling me I'm gonna choke. He's telling me I'm gonna choke. I'm picking flowers for your funeral. Take me to these woods I'm lost again. I gave up on you the last time, back when you swore it wouldn't happen again. I'm picking flowers for your funeral. Take me to these woods I'm lost again. I gave up on you the last time, back when you swore it wouldn't happen. You swore it wouldn't happen again. I'm feeling better than I ever have. Don't let me wonder again. I'm feeling better than I ever have. You swore it wouldn't happen again. I'm feeling better than I ever have. Don't let me wonder again. I'm feeling better than I ever have.
Alright, I think I've worked out all of my technical difficulties, minus the webcam. There we go. Looks like we can get started. Heck yeah. Had some weird stuff with the game capture not aligning with my normal window capture. VirtualBox didn't like that, but we should be all good to go. So, first thing I kind of want to do before we get started here for real is just give some general updates. So this is the first time I'm streaming to both Twitch and YouTube for the same time. And it's been a while since I've actually streamed or done any content on YouTube, and there's a reason for that. So I want to talk about that for a little bit. We won't harp on it too much because it's kind of water under the bridge at this point, and I'm tired of talking about it. Don't feel like talking about it anymore. But basically, it's been a long couple years since I have done any sort of content like this or otherwise. I'm using a different chair than normal too, so my height's weird. There we go. I used to make a lot of educational content around information security on YouTube. My channel's still there. All the content's still there and preserved. The last major thing that I did was I made a Udemy course, and it's all about offensive security engineering. It is still there. It's still for sale. I try to do discounts every so often for it, especially for students and people who are trying to learn. It's very important to me. And I still receive support for that pretty consistently, which is awesome. I do have plans to make another course in the future. There's just a lot going on. So one of the main reasons I stopped creating on YouTube was time, job, and the state of the world just going out of whack. So I kind of had a lot of different life issues that I won't go over here that kind of started towards the end of the time where I made my last update video. I had this big grandiose update about all the things I was going to do. I had started my own LLC. I had all kinds of cool ideas going on. And that all did happen. I did start an LLC, but I also got a bunch of new jobs. So at this point in my life, I was very successful. So for all of my longtime followers on the YouTube side of things who are following like my OSCP Journey series, I know that helped a lot of people out. I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. And I had a couple other ideas planned for kind of open sourcing some of the Udemy course content. Anything that I thought would be applicable that should just be general knowledge that was normally being paid by the Udemy course. I wanted to make some follow-up videos to that just to make that free for everyone. But fortunately, some good colleagues of mine, such as John Hammond, have already made fantastic videos about a lot of those topics. So I would recommend going and watching theirs above all else while you're, I guess, in limbo waiting for my content to eventually come out, if ever. At this point, I don't plan on making any kind of structured content. If I do make content like that kind of shares some of that information, it'll be in a live stream format, kind of like this, when I find the time to do so. I think it's more fun because the whole format of my videos was live hacking anyway. I showcased all my mistakes, everything I left along the way. I very rarely very, very rarely edited anything out, and that was on purpose. I wanted to kind of show everybody thought process, and especially for beginners, show, hey, it doesn't matter how dumb your mistakes seemed while you were going through. Remember, you're learning, and that's important. And these are common things that everybody can kind of go through. And that's kind of the content format I want to keep. And I think it's more fun to do that in the form of a live stream, especially because the content I was making wasn't particularly sensitive in nature. I'm not going after any like closed off CTF boxes. We're not doing anything super high risk. I'm not doing anything work related. And stuff like that. So that's kind of the current kind of structure for the moment. And in the future, I'll do more streams kind of like this, and I'll talk about what we're going to do for this stream as we go. And I'll also engage with chat and look at that kind of stuff once we get a chance. Right now, I do have live chat on stream in our little intermission screen before we actually get started. Once that goes offline, I won't quite see that same, but I do have chat windows for both Twitch and YouTube over, and I'll try to interact when I can. But I'm actually kind of working on something today. And that is, I've been asked to kind of come up with some good competition style ideas that are focused on Ruby and Ruby on Rails type content. So not just Rails, but the Ruby language in general. And develop some challenges for them. And I don't really want to create challenges from scratch because it's a lot of work, but I would rather do things like find already existing vulnerable VMs, stuff that has write-ups, stuff that has solutions and source code available to walk through, because the whole point of these challenges isn't a competition for people to compete for big old prizes, as far as I know, but more so to learn and teach. It's more focused on developers, but that's all I can really say about that and what that's for. But I figured, I'm here. It's a Saturday for me. It's in the middle of the day. I need to get this done anyway. I've been doing these little gaming charity streams, trying to crossbreed my music audiences with just general good fun and donate some support for charity. So the whole point of today's stream, other than the Ruby stuff and hacking and all that kind of fun stuff that we'll get into, is to donate to the AFSP. The AFSP is the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. It's a fantastic mental health charity. If that's something that you're interested in doing during the stream, please feel free to do so. There's links on my Twitch profile. They're also in the YouTube bio for those of you who are watching the stream on YouTube. You can donate directly through there. Any donations that come directly through me to me through other means as we stream, those will all go directly to the charity as well. But I strongly prefer you just going directly through the charity links, just because it goes to them and I don't have to manage the money and all that kind of stuff. I much prefer that. So please consider donating to them. That's a very important cause to me. And that's also one of the reasons that I've kind of been on hiatus. So to kind of go back to that, the primary reason for hiatus was, of course, all the life changes. And with that life change, I actually became I went from a managerial role in offensive security. Well, really, it was all security. I managed an offense and defense team shortly after my transition from going OSCP to becoming a security analyst. I quickly became a manager and was leading a small team doing both pen testing and active incident response work. So did that for a while, and then I got a job doing security engineering that was very cloud focused. I did a lot of cloud heavy pen testing and automation with kind of what we would call DevSecOps. Did a lot of that for a while, did a lot of AWS type pen testing, and that was really like my first full-on offensive security job. And since then, man, I've been just ripping and tearing. Now I work for a great company where I get to do all the offensive security things. If you know anything about offensive security, you know about pen testing, you know about any of those things, I do it all. Everything from red teaming, web application testing, mobile apps, normal pen testing, all of it, you name it. It's in my portfolio. I'm now a senior in my field. And part of that is why not a whole lot of content and stuff has been happening on this channel. Obviously, when you are an offensive security professional and you work for a company, you have a non-compete clause. I can't necessarily run an offensive security and pen testing organization while also being employed by an offensive security pen testing organization. So what my company now exists for is just for the education side of things. That I am still allowed to do. That's why my Udemy course still exists. That's why I'm still able to make content like this. But I do not offer any actual services outside of that. If you like those services, you need to go track down my company. I'm not going to say I'm on stream just because of my own privacy, but it is kind of public. You can go check my LinkedIn. I'm just not going to blast it everywhere. It's not a big secret, I promise. It's actually even advertised on my website if you're interested in getting some of those services. So the next kind of steps for all that then is, of course, like I said, I do want to make some more Udemy content. The problem with that, my course has been pretty well self-maintained. The benefit of the way that I did that is all of the source material for that Udemy course. It's called Offensive Security Engineering. It's on Udemy. The benefit of the course material itself being open source, not the actual instructional videos, is that if there's ever any problems or things go out of date throughout people taking the course, you can submit an issue or create a pull request to even try to fix it yourself. And that way I can keep maintaining it without having to go back and retroactively make major changes to the material itself unless it's warranted. But with that said, it does take a while to make those courses. I made that course kind of in the heat at the beginning of COVID, where I was locked down and kind of had to take care of business anyway. And oops, gotta log that here. We'll log back in a second. And so, I went through and knocked that all out really quickly, but it's going to take me a while to make another one. I'm going through a lot of transitions, buying a house and doing some other stuff. But things are be a lot easier, about to be able to do a lot more stuff. I don't anticipate streaming very often. I try to do it at least once a month, and I try to do it to support some kind of charity or cause, just to, if I'm going to be playing video games or hacking stuff for fun, then let's support some fun people while we do it. Let's support some good, healthy causes. One of the main things that I do want to show that I'll need to log back in here for is in relation to the charity and why I've picked this, is actually one of the projects that I've been working on in my downtime. And those of you who are in the InfoSec community may or may not care about this kind of stuff, but I don't care. This is what I do. This comes with the personality of hanging out with me. I run a little mental health platform and podcast called Echoes Box. You can find out more about it at echoesbox.com, but it's just a nice little podcast where we talk about shared experiences and different mental health issues, and that's what inspired me to kind of target focusing on mental health resources themselves. I do have a book that I've written. It's not related to hacking or security. It's actually related more to mental health and spirituality. It's called Fundamental Magic. You can buy it everywhere books are sold, but it's also free. So if that's up your alley and you're cool with an ebook, the ebook's completely free. So that's my only little plug I'll do there. Just wanted to make everybody aware of that, just so you know that's where I've been. I haven't been doing nothing. I just haven't been making educational content. And so we'll kind of jump off from that point. So what's today's stream about? Well, like I said, it's about the Ruby on Rails stuff, but there's a lot of cool little updates. So if you're not keeping up, obviously I haven't posted on Twitter a whole lot either, but if you haven't been keeping up with my GitHub, then you wouldn't know what I've really been working on. So I'm going to take a look at the chat here for a second just to kind of interact and see what's going on. We've got, failure is the greatest teacher for sure. So we had one inquiry before the stream even started, kind of talking about SOCAT. So there is a SOCAT project I host. I would like to preface this by saying I am not the writer, developer, maintainer, or anything of the sort of SOCAT. Have nothing to do with it, not affiliated with it at all. I just took it upon myself one day while I was doing some OffSec research to figure out how to get SOCAT working on more platforms, just because it's often really difficult unless you have the ability to install programs through a package manager or whatever on the system you've compromised. It's very difficult to get it on there, and SOCAT can be pretty useful for encrypted connections. I barely use it nowadays, but it can come in handy whenever you're in a pinch. So somebody asked about compiling it with MinGW directly on Linux. So that is a little bit difficult, and the reason why is because the libraries that you need in Cygwin are related to Windows specific libraries, which are not technically available on Linux. However, to kind of more directly answer the question, in theory, if you can get all of these additional packages that you need, so the main ones you would need are the Cygwin 32-bit core and GCC G++. If you can get all of these packages installed successfully, I do not know if they're available on Linux or not. I have not tested that myself, but that is what would be missing. That is what you would need to make that work. In a pinch, though, I do have, don't let me lie to you, let me see if I have actual in the releases here. There should be pre-release standalone binaries that you can just use. Obviously, at your own risk, I am a malware developer. I promise these are safe. You can choose to take my word for it if you want to, but I do totally understand and see the benefit of wanting to compile things yourself, not only for the educational benefit, but just for other things. Can I post links to my mental health ebook? Absolutely. Let me post that in the chat real quick for you all. You can find it all at echoesbox.com. For those on Twitch, it's already in my bio, but there it is in the chat. I will pin that for everybody to go see if you're interested in anything like that, or the podcast itself. If you want to know just a little bit more about me and about other things going on in life in general, that's a good place to go. But yeah, so for those of you who are having trouble even compiling SOCAT on Windows, I know it's a headache. I know because I did all this work and the research to do it. There are pre-compiled binaries. If you're in a pinch, these should still work. If they don't, feel free to submit an issue, make sure you post what the error is. I'm always happy to review and support issues, post to my GitHub projects whenever I can. If you ever see me not replying or being delayed on something, it's usually just because of time, but I try to at least get to them within a span of a month, juggling my day job and all these extra things. However, if your issue does not contain at least some error data or some kind of explanation, I can't do anything for you. Posting this is a common problem. I'm preaching to the choir in a lot of cases. But if you've ever been a GitHub project maintainer, or if you've ever been somebody looking at an issue and somebody's like, hey, I ran in a MSF Venom and it didn't work. Well, tough. Learn how to use MSF Venom better. Like, I don't like to talk like that because I'm very new people friendly, but unless you told me what you were trying to do, how you were trying to run it, and give me some detailed error output and stuff like that, I can't help diagnose the issue. So same thing goes with a project like this. This one's even more difficult though, because if there is just a problem with things updating and compilers and source code as things go, it'll require an overhaul of the project, which I am more than happy to look into, but we'd need to diagnose that issue further first. But as far as I know, SOCAT is working fine. Precompiled binaries are here if you would like to use them, and the compilation instructions and steps are there if you would like to go for a cross compilation on the window or on the Linux side of things, trying to cross compile for Windows. Go for it. Those are the packages you need. They're listed in the repo. I cannot promise it'll work, but it's worth a shot. But I did promise I'd address that before we got started any further. The other things I wanted to talk about before we go on our wild goose chase with Ruby here is the state of C2 software. So this is another really interesting conversation. So I've made a lot of videos on my YouTube channel in the past all about different command and control software, how to use netcat and socat and all that kind of stuff, and how to make basic C2 servers. And one of the things I'm pretty sure I made a video about, I could be wrong, it's been a while, was Agent Smith. So Agent Smith's just a fun little Golang project I wrote that comes with a simple Python C2 server that you can handle things with. You can call back the connections and do stuff like that. And it works by using a command syntax. So in your server, you'll want to issue a command with a specific syntax. It'll take a set of arguments and values and stuff like that, and basically it posts them up to the as a web page via a simple HTTP server. Agent Smith comes out, looks for that format, parses it, and then executes commands respectfully, and then sends the output back to the C2 server. I believe the simple C2 server, we can take a look at the source code real quick, but I do believe it handles that for you. There's like a list parsing mechanism to it. Maybe it's something different that I made. Yeah, so it actually gives you an active command prompt, so you can actually interact with the software itself and do it. But this is very, very rudimentary. This example exists to just show off how do C2 servers work at the most fundamental level. There's no encryption here, although you could add it pretty easily with a HTTPS server in Python and using self-signed certs if you wanted to go about learning how to do that. But this is just a get started, great cross-platform tool because it's written in Golang. It's just a very simple agent you can drop with a very simple C2 server to really break down and simplify how things work. I can't remember if I already have a YouTube video on this. If I do, go check the YouTube channel. I'm pretty sure I have some small stuff on my Udemy course if you're interested in that. I'll try to put that on sale again. I haven't put it on sale in a while, and I like to do that just so new people who discover it and find it. It's already not expensive. I don't think it's more than like $20 or something, and it's got a good chunk of content. But I try to put it on sale whenever because I have a day job. I don't really need the extra money. It's nice to get the beer money. It's nice to get some support. It helps fund projects like this. Helps me pay for like streaming software and stuff like that. But it's not about the money. It's about helping people get some good education and get into the field, and I truly mean that. So I do need support. I do need money. It's not that money's not important. Money's always important. That's just the world we live in. That sucks. But I try to make it affordable and accessible where I can, and that's also why I make the free content where I can. So yeah, I wanted to start with Agent Smith because this is one of the first ones I ever made from scratch. And we had a comment about Sliver C2. Sliver C2 came not too long after I made Agent Smith, not affiliated or associated with all, but I actually am a project contributor to, if you click on this long list, I'll be in here somewhere. I've actually worked on Sliver a little bit. I am part of the Pros vs. Joes Red Cell. If you go to prosvsjoes.net, that is a major attack and defense CTF that's held every year at B-Sides Las Vegas and DEF CON, as well as several other B-Sides. I'm an official Red Cell staff member over there, so if you ever played that or want to be a part of it and you've gotten owned by the red team, that was me. So I've been on your systems placing some cool ASCII art, birthday cakes and stuff because it's usually around my birthday. Whole lot of fun. But we use Sliver a lot in that kind of team project, and I use it at work as in my day job too. And one of the features that Sliver was lacking for me was the ability to mass kill all dead servers. So that was a feature I added to Sliver. But that's enough of a self plug on my contribution. That's just to show that I am very familiar with this project and it's super cool. There's a lot of benefits of it. The first one being that it does have dynamic code generation, compile time, obfuscation. It's got it listed right here. It can do C2 over DNS. It can do it over HTTP and HTTPS. It's got stuff like WireGuard. It's got its custom MTLS handler. So tons of encrypted communication options. And it's also cross-platform. So you can compile it for everything that pretty much Golang can be compiled for all the way from Windows to MIPS, ARM, whatever you name it. It'll work. It's also got a cool multiplayer mode, so if you're working in a red team scenario and you want to have like a contained chat environment where you have everything good to go, it's awesome. It's got really very, very helpful process migration and process injection stuff built in. It's got assembly execution. They just added this what they call a BOF, or if you're used to Cobalt Strike language, the BOF, BOF memory loader, or COF memory loader, lets you load inline kind of modules that may take up more headspace than normal. They're still kind of working on that. The last blog article I read did note that there are some limitations. It does work only on Windows, but it's pretty cool. It's got some feature parity with Cobalt Strike if you've ever used it. Personally, I'm not a big Cobalt Strike fan. That's not because I don't think it's cool. It's just because 9 times out of 10 when I'm on engagements, if I'm able to run, and this is sad but true, but if I'm able to run a Metasploit payload, I will. Why not? Like, if it's gonna work and it's not gonna get me caught, like if I'm already in such a scenario, which happens more often than I like to admit, that sucks. And if I'm not in a scenario, the only unfortunate thing about Sliver is that while they do regularly update it, Sliver does tend to get caught. Sliver gets caught nowadays much less frequently than some of your other off-the-shelf tools, but it gets caught more frequently than others just because it is open source, which means all of its implant generation features are open source. All of the code itself that it uses, anything that a defender or endpoint protection software could use to detect it, it's all open source. So even though they can update the code and they can update the obfuscation, they can update the implant generation to kind of keep it alive longer, over time it does kind of stay with the typical cat and mouse game of it, where it'll get caught sometimes and sometimes it won't. So I still use it. It's still super powerful and very useful, and they do keep it up with it, and it makes it a very powerful tool. It's not one that I would dismiss at all. In fact, it's one of the first ones I go to before I have to do anything custom. And it's probably the best, in my opinion. It's the best, I guess, quote unquote, off the shelf C2 out there. I used to be a big fan of Merlin, still am, just because it's kind of cool and I like wizard stuff. But Merlin's similar in respects. It's another Golang C2 software system, but the way Sliver does things is just a little bit more sophisticated, and the features they offer are super powerful, and it works pretty well with some common exploits that you'll see. But as cool as Sliver is, I wanted to talk about a project that I made. Well, we'll get to that in a second. That's propane stuff. I'm getting ahead of myself. Where's my thing? There it is. This is Lupo. So since I haven't been posting a lot, and many people may not be following my GitHub projects, especially on the injection LLC side of things, Lupo is also a C2 server that I wrote. So I wrote this because I'm kind of the malware monkey on my team, so to speak, which means when it comes to custom software and implants for evasion, I write them. So when Sliver fails us, I write something to hand off to my team members to kind of go and see if we can get past it. And 100% of the time, it works 100% of the time. The only thing that catches Lupo-based items are heuristic responses. Excuse me. And I'll talk a little bit more about what that is and why before we continue further. But Lupo is interesting, and there's a reason why it works 100% of the time and never gets caught. That's because the whole idea behind Lupo is a bring your own malware or bring your own implant C2. Lupo is an API. It's a C2 server that exposes an API that you have to write your implant software and plug it into Lupo, and then Lupo can handle it. So with that in mind, you are given the infrastructure and technology and resources that you need on the server side to do things like multiplayer red teaming, to manage your file uploads and downloads, to interact and handle multiple sessions at once with listeners, handle different types of sessions, all the things that you would expect the C2 server to do. And that's open source, but you get to keep your crown jewels, the things you're going to drop on the client boxes that you're worried about getting detected. Those you get to keep private. You get to keep those to yourself so they don't get caught unless you make the mistake of letting them get caught or they get uploaded by sample, in which case now you have the ability to obfuscate and rewrite, and your tools last you a little bit longer. And that was the reason I wrote this, is so we can kind of maintain our ability to persist and bypass technologies and controls a little bit easier. This isn't like some grandiose idea. This is how all malware and C2 systems work as far as implants go. This is how everything in software works as far as signature-based detection and stuff like that goes. The fact that nobody has written an API or a C2 server that hooks into it is just because it's difficult to do. Metasploit kind of already does it. It is totally possible and feasible to write a custom implant with that hooks right into Metasploit. It's actually not hard at all. The Metasploit multi-handler can handle pretty much any raw connections. You're just limited on feature sets because it doesn't expose an API quite the same way that Lupo does. So this isn't some new grandiose novel invention. That's why you haven't seen it blown up all over the internet. But it is one cool way to do it, and it is out there and it's available, and it serves my team very, very well. So I want to talk a little bit about that and introduce everybody to it as just kind of an update, especially to my YouTube side of people who care a lot about the C2 side of stuff. So some of the core features of Lupo is that you're able to do some kind of dynamic check-in stuff with your implants. So you can change your update intervals. You can do all your session handling. You can catch shells over HTTPS, TCP, and encrypted TCP connections. So you can define a pre-shared key that will allow you to do encrypted TCP connections. And everything works off of a RESTful API, even the raw TCP connections. So the upside to that is everything is in a standardized JSON payload format, so it's pretty easy to write a C2 implant for. The downside of that is it does not support a single like pipe connection where everything's just one-to-one pipe. There's always delay check back interval. That's the one caveat trade-off that I made to have it work this way. But it comes with a full multiplayer server, so you can integrate, and that has a chat. The more important thing to me, though, that I want to implement in this is it has a logging functionality. So every command that's executed server side or client side by a like Wolfpack user is the name of the C2 server for multiplayer. Anything that's executed in multiplayer mode, executed in chats, executed on the server side is all logged and timestamped for exact recordings of what you did in a red team scenario. So this is truly built for actual red teaming capabilities in mind to keep track of what you're doing on your engagement a lot easier. Exactly what commands you executed on what servers, when, what kind of data you got back, etc. And of course it redacts some of the more sensitive information other than command output because kind of need that. But yeah, so that's a little bit about it. And I'll show off kind of some of the documentation to kind of show a little bit what it looks like and what you can do with it, and how you can kind of make your own implants for it and stuff like that. Now it does come, I'll show a sample, it does come with sample implants, but the whole point, remember, is that you have to bring your own. So the general usage is kind of what you would expect out of a C2 server. You've got some help commands. It's even got some resource functionality that helps you automate stuff. My favorite feature that I built into this is actually it has a web shell connector, so you can take even an existing standard PHP web shell with no special requirements and hook it right in. So here in this example, there's just a sample shell.php, and all it's doing is your typical PHP web shell where it's listening for a command parameter argument, and the argument's called CMD, and then it'll go and it'll find that, and then you can just interact with it directly and manage all of your web shells right from within Lupo. So that's one cool feature. You've got your listener, pretty standard. So we start HTTPS listener, you can manage all your listener. Here's the cool logging stuff I was talking about, where you can say, okay, here's when my implant checked in, here's some data about it, here's a command. I was executing this on the server instead of as a team server user, and here's all like the data that came back, redact some of my private keys and stuff just in case anything happens. So just some very useful stuff regarding red teaming on that. The API, these are I'm not going to go over every single usage doc. This is all here. It's on my GitHub if you want to go check it out. But the API is what's important. So here in this documentation, we describe exactly what you need to implement in a given implant to do that. And if you've watched my C2 videos from the past on how to create your own like basic C2, a lot of this is going to seem familiar. So Lupo needs a couple very specific parameters that you have to provide. Those are defined. Everything else is optional. You can choose not to implement them. If you don't, that means you'll miss out on some of the functionality that C2 server can provide. If you do, that means you get it. That's black and white. Your typical loop is the same as any C2 loop. You've probably seen this before if you've seen my videos. You register your agent. All right, then you have an exec loop on your agents. Okay, if I have any output data, send the output data to the C2 server. If I get a new UID, register the agents. There is a persistence flag in there, so there's some extra security mechanisms built in for if your session dies and you don't care about recovering it and you want to establish a new session, there's an extra hard check for a unique identifier in there. By default, that's off, so for any reason your C2 server dies, you can spin it right back up and catch all your shells again, as long as they have the other security requirement of the pre-shared key. But then the loop continues. You get your next command from the C2 server and you process it. So that's your basic C2 command loop in your pseudocode. Here's some more concrete examples though of what your request may look like. So for the get API, this is how some of the parameters look and some examples of what you can expect that back in what format. So your C2 implant needs to be able to send either get or post requests in correct parameterized formats, and then expect to receive JSON data in certain formats and parse that JSON data and do it. And then from there, you do whatever the heck you want with it. It's your code. But that's how it looks in the form of get and post request. The TCP API is exactly the same in terms of requirements and stuff, exact same command loop. The only difference is with encryption. So I've provided some sample, it's Golang based, so you write it whatever you want, but since this whole project's Golang, I stuck with some Golang based stuff. So this is an example encryption and decryption routine that you may want to use on your implant if you're interacting with the TCP API in an encrypted format on Lupo. Lupo should already be able to handle the decrypting itself on its side. You just have to be able to implement the same functionality on your implant side in order to support that connection. But as far as the actual what you're expecting, the only difference is instead of sending parameters like you would in typical HTTP calls, you're going to send payloads, and those payloads will need to be in JSON format. So you'll send them as JSON data, and you'll get JSON data back, and it looks pretty much the same because it is. And that connector bind API is primarily for web shells. However, if you do have some kind of C2 server that can accept raw commands in the form of HTTP commands, so like an HTTP bind server that's not something like a PHP shell or an ASP shell, any kind of web shell, it'll work the same way, where it just pretty much just needs a URL and a command query, and you can connect to bind shells that way. So that is enough about the API. If you want to learn more, it's there. The Wolfpack API is kind of similar. I'm anticipating maybe one day in like version 2 or 3, I'll make a web GUI for this for the team server stuff. But that already exists in the form of the client that's provided by the project already. And it works the same way that the GET request API for implants works, only this is for managing users and checking in stuff for multiplayer sessions. And so that's Lupo. That's all kind of like the features and stuff that it provides, and everything that you may want to know about it. If you want to dive in more, you can find it here. It, of course, it has pre-release builds. The nice thing about the pre-release builds is you don't really have to worry about them being caught by AV or anything, because it's not the malware, it's just the C2 server. So I did say I would show the samples. So there's a sample directory that show an example Golang implant. This will get caught by AV, but it gives you an idea of how to implement your own C2 implant. So you can take this out of the box, change a few of the parameters such as the certificate, your remote port and server, the pre-shared key that you want to provide, and it'll just work. Likewise with the web shell, it's just a simple PHP web shell. It's got some sample functionality built in to show how you might hook it in to use the upload and download function. It doesn't actually write any files, it just echoes it back out at the moment. Of course, I think the download file, it does actually work, because all Lupo needs is base64 encoded file to download it. But yeah, so that's what I've been up to. That's where I've been. That's where all these things are coming from. There's some cool projects, a little bit more about C2 stuff. So if that interests you, go check out the GitHub and kind of go from there. And I will clean myself up here a little bit. Again, all my projects, everything that you've seen here is either under Injection Software Security and Security LLC, or you can find me under InGame, and you can see a lot of their tools. SprayGen's a really cool one if you're into password spraying that I wrote. And here's those course materials. All right, take a break from talking for a second, check out chat and see what's up. So we've got a couple of things that we want to do here. We're going to be talking a little bit more about Ruby on Rails and stuff. Let's see, going back to this, it looked like we had a what about fuzz from real targets meeting where I can create a simple. Yeah. See what you posted from above. You talking about the sliver stuff or the hacktivist group? But yeah, I did see. I saw both. Yeah, the hacktivist walking through Sliver C2. Yeah, yeah, you're absolutely right. The Sliver C2 documentation is pretty difficult to understand. The only way I learned it was actually going in and playing with it through trial and error. Yeah, the documentation could certainly be better. Bishop Fox needs to step it up. But it's cool that there are other people that explained it pretty clearly. Because it is such a powerful tool, and it really isn't hard to use. It's actually one of the easier C2 tools that I've used. It's just a matter of, knowing how to use it, and that's true of everything. All right, I've got to get this, my goal done for this. And my goal, if I can find 6 boxes, that they're not even necessarily boxes, but 6 different Rails projects. It doesn't even have to be Ruby on Rails. It can be Ruby anything. If anybody in chat wants to help out on the search, feel free. But the type of game that I'm going to be making all these things for is called Sliver. Or not Sliver, we're talking about Sliver. It's called Propane. And Propane is a King of the Hill platform that's based on Net King of the Hill, which if you've if you're in the CTF world and you've never played a King of the Hill style CTF, a King of the Hill style CTF is a really interesting format. So normally in CTFs you have Jeopardy style, which is you solve a problem, you get a flag, you submit the flag, you get points. In attack and defense, you usually have some kind of services that are up. You have to defend your services, and the longer your services are up, the more points you get, while either you are also attacking, trying to take off other players' services, or there's a red team that's a third party that's trying to take down your services and you're defending against them, and you're trying to keep your services up better than the other blue teams. Propane is a mash of the kind of attack and defense and Jeopardy style in a weird way. Not really so much the Jeopardy style. The only thing that's similar about the King of the Hill to a Jeopardy style is the flag aspect. What we have in Net King of the Hill and Propane is what's known as a team tag. So what you do is you play the game, and once you pop a box, you place your team tag. Here's a good example of it from the kind of help page here. You compromise, you're going to look for like the root. It depends on how people set up the game, but the default is you find the root of the web page, find the index PHP, index HTML, whatever have you, and put your name in a team tag, kind of like an HTML tag. Place that. That is your quote unquote flag. Once that's placed, you start scoring points on the box, and your name gets on the scoreboard. From there, it is your job, there's no directly scored services, but it's your job to keep that web service at least up, so that way you can keep scoring points for as long as possible. All the meanwhile, everybody else in the game is also trying to attack all the same boxes you are. And so if they get on your box that you popped and placed your tag on, they'll kick you right off, place their tag, and try to get more points. So your goal after you compromise each box is to go from attack mode to go into a defender's mindset and harden down and lock down everything you can to prevent other threat actors from getting in. The only other thing that changes up the game a little bit is that there's usually a third sysadmin, the one running the game, that will periodically reset boxes just to kind of give everybody a clean slate to fight back in and keep the game moving. So this is what I'm building these challenges for, requiring these challenges for, is with this game in mind. This is the format that they'll be hosted in. If you're interested in playing with this yourself, the whole project's here. If you're interested in hosting your own game in a more public setup, I have recently published two things. I've published the Propane Cloud, which is a set of very helpful Terraform scripts that will automate your deployment of propane and different lab aspects of it, so vulnerable environments, all for you in the cloud, hosted on AWS. So if you want to host a big public game for an event or anything like that, it's all there, and it's pretty set up and go. And what's nice is even propane itself now has been containerized. So if you don't feel like figuring out how to build all this yourself, that's cool. There's a Docker container for it. You can just run it and you're good to go. You can give it a new config to point your boxes to. It'll pick it right up and play the game. So it's really, really easy to set up now compared to how it's been like the past 3 years. And the boxes that I've been using, I demo these and play with them at my local DEF CON group that I run. And I have been acquiring them from this repo here called VulHub. And I've had a couple of my own that are like related to Metasploit 2. Those are built into the Propane Cloud stuff, so pretty common boxes. But this project's pretty cool that we're going to explore, because I'm going to start here on my search for Ruby related projects, because it has like known CVEs that are pretty commonly exploitable. So all of these boxes, for example, is you have common Drupalgeddon CV that's really weird, and I learned about this by searching through repo. There's a cool Mongo Express RCE. You got the classic Salt Stack RCE, Samba Cry, Tomcat with default creds, stuff like that. So very useful. So if you're training or looking for boxes to train, all of those come from here. My repo that I have just serves as a mirror or host for boxes that I've personally validated and that I use for the propane competition for all of my DC706 and other hosting environments, like the thing that I'm trying to prepare for now. So we're going to kind of start here. We're gonna look through some of these. I'm gonna look for some Ruby related stuff. If we find something, we'll pull it down and test it, and I'll try to kind of fingerprint and use what's known and available and see if it's gonna work well for our purposes. And if I can end this stream today with 4 different projects, great. If I can end it with 6, that's my main goal, and I feel like I'll have enough with six different boxes. I do need to focus on projects that can find or that have source code available, so that way it's been requested that these people that are working on this competition not only are just trying to learn the security implications and how to hack into these things, but also it's more developer focused, so that using tools like Brakeman and other Ruby code audit static analysis tools to identify vulnerabilities. So having the source code is also fairly important, not just a prepackaged vulnerable box. Alright, so scroll down till we get to the R, see if there's any Rubies, and there we go, there's a Rails one right here. Oh, there's a couple ones. So we got Ruby and Rails. So we'll start with Rails and see what's up. Alright, we got 2 different CVEs here. Let's start with the 2018 one, see what it's about. It's the path traversal vulnerability. Using sprockets. Read or execute any file on the server. So we'll read about this. Alright, seems like this may not be a great one for propane, but let's look into it a little bit more. File read and file inclusion vulnerabilities don't always lead to RCE, and we do want to focus, as far as the king of the hill component of this, on more remote code execution type vulnerabilities. But this is how I kind of conduct vulnerability research. So I'll go in and, for existing vulnerabilities, we'll go in. You can look at stuff like MVD and other stuff to see what's up, and look for public exploit code and other items here. So this will be kind of cool to look at in a minute. There's the GitHub link for the patch, it looks like. Look at miters, and then we'll also do another search for proof of concept. Type VM's a little slow today. Another thing for the stream that I didn't preface is I am using, let me change up things a little bit since we're done with the talking and we're actually going in here. So another major thing that I do is I will try to look explicitly for proof of concept code, because there may be more to meet the eye in a given vulnerability than you realize. So here's one that looks like it may be promising. GitHub is probably the greatest resource for that. Looks like this link might have been busted, so let's get rid of this. See if this takes us somewhere. There we go. Yeah, here we go. Now we can see some of the pretty easy and clear path traversal fix. We can see exactly where the problem was here. We can see that they had this path include, and they deleted that line and patched it in. They also set some tests for illegal asset paths, made sure they checked a specific static path, and returned a 403 if not. So pretty clear fix of what the problem was there. Alright, so this seems to be just a directory traversal vulnerability, which isn't inherently not something that could be used for RC. It depends. What's cool about a directory traversal vulnerability is if you're in a situation with a host that maybe has some files that have some passwords on them, or maybe you can read an SSH key or anything like that, it would still be pretty useful in getting RCE. But on its own, this is not a remote code execution vulnerability, and it's not one that I would be able to make much use of in the scenario that I'm trying to go after. That said, let's take a look at this Docker file anyway and see what it's kind of pulling. Full of Rails 5.07. Because it is exposing some sort of app, so if they have some kind of cool configuration, maybe we can look at the Docker file a little bit closely and see what we've got going on here. Just go to Docker Hub and look for it. Yeah, threat actors lately use Sliver. They do. That is true. A lot of threat actors are defaulting to Sliver. Some are using Merlin for a minute, but Sliver does seem to be the go-to for a lot, just because it's very good. It's one of the best, if not the best, open source C2 framework out there, because of how well it's kept up and all the features it has. It's pretty cool. Alright, I'm gonna give up on that because it's not what we need anyway. Still cool, but not what I'm looking for. So what about this one? This one's all in Chinese, which is fine. Most of these are. I just don't read Chinese so good. I can't tell if this is another path reversal vulnerability or not though, but that's why we have this. All we need is a CVE number. Yeah, okay, so another file read vulnerability. That's pretty nasty, but still not what we need for our purposes. It'd be different if these were boxes that were set up in a CTF faction. These VulHub boxes are really cool, and I do like them, and I want to emphasize how useful and neat they are, especially them just being Docker Compose files you can spin up. They're really cool for demonstrating and testing vulnerabilities that may be hard to recreate otherwise. So if you ever need to test an exploit or have a sanity check on how something works, there's a lot of really cool options in here. You know, not every vulnerability that exists out there is a command execution. You know, it's not all about the shells all the time. Sometimes it's about what data we can gather. Sometimes it's about what data we can inject or what things we can take over. It's not always about getting a shell. And so these are some very powerful vulnerabilities to exploit, and they are a pretty big deal. Just in the context of the CTF type of challenges I'm trying to build, not quite what I'm looking for. So we'll keep going. So we did have Rails. Let's check out the Ruby one. And I know for a fact there are several Ruby ones. I'm just starting here, and then we'll go down the pipeline from there. Alright, this looks interesting. This looks very shell-like to me. I like shells. So let's check out what we got going on here. Command injection vulnerability and net FTP. This seems like a great one. This is one I have not seen before, so we'll have to do some work to get this to work. If the local fire argument starts with the pipe character, the command following the pipe character is executed. That is dope. Okay. Alright, so let's see what's going on. Let's look at a proof of concept payload, see if we can see. Looks like we've got some exploit DB, good old exploit DB. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, so it looks like we've got some good proof of concepts there. We'll keep that open. I do wonder if we got some other options here. So we're doing 17405. Why is it under Gen 2? Alright, let's go back to this because here we did have a pretty good write-up as far as this specific issue goes. So it looks like if we... So they show an example here of them doing the pipe. Oh, and running touch. So all we had to do here in this case is they were able to just send a GET request over burp. And let me zoom in a little bit for everybody here so you can kind of see what's going on. So we've got a burp request that's targeting our server on a download URI to the FTP, and our file parameter, we're doing that pipe. So here's where the vulnerability comes in. If you do a pipe, then you can execute whatever command you want. So they do a touch, and then they touch a file and call it success. And then when they went and looked at their other server, there it was, success. And I'm not really sure what this IFS value is. Maybe we need to look more into that. I don't know why that's there. Seems like some kind of variable. But the bottom line is, after that, they were able to basically just call back a reverse shell, easy peasy. So they could, they set up a listener for themselves, a netcat listener, and showed the reverse shell in there, and there they went. So I'm going to look at that IFS a little bit. I want to look at this vulnerability a bit more and see why that's happening. See if that's even necessary. Start the... So let's go. What is... I have never seen that before. As a separator. Oh, it's just a bash script thing. Internal field separator. Huh. The more you know. So there's probably a million different ways you could have done that then. All right, in that case, let's get exploiting. So the first thing I want to do is before we pull down anything or do anything wonky, and I'm doing this, I think I already said this, but I'm doing this on just a raw Kali VM. There's nothing special in here. I don't have any of my normal tools because I want it to be like, if you're wanting to follow along or if you want to try this at home, all you need to do is install Kali from scratch. You may have to install Docker, and that's it. Otherwise, you can kind of do as I do. So I'm not going to download anything that just yet. I'm just going to set up a directory to work out of. And then I'm actually going to start up Metasploit. I'm going to run it as root so we don't get any weird port binding issues. Any day now. Unless I typed in my password wrong. That would suck. This is taking a long time. Nope, okay, we're good. We got the clippy ASCII art. Alright, don't worry, I'll zoom in stuff once we get kind of going. I just want to make sure. Alright, so let's see if there are any existing Ruby modules here. If not, that's perfectly fine. Not like we really need them. Do Ruby exploit. Okay, because the reason I want to do this is because there are going to be some neat ones that we want to look at that are already metasploitable issues. So the like Rails action pack, code execution, dynamic render, JSON serialization. Yeah, so these are all ones that we'll want to look for after. And hell, that may be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 6 on its own. If we got this plus one more, we may be pretty golden. That'd be cool. Alright, but it doesn't look like there's an active one for what we've got going on here. So let's what was I trying to do here? I wanted to just zoom in a little bit. Is it gonna let me work with hotkey? Yeah, there we go. Cool. Zoom in a little bit for you guys. All right. Well, while we can't do anything about that, what we can do is start a multi-handler because we're going to need to be catching some shells anyway. So let's start a multi-handler. So we'll use MSF or use multi. Okay, cool. Generic shell reverse TCP. That should be fine. Let's look at our options. So lhost eth0 works for me. Cool. Alright, so now that we've got that set up, we're going to want to I don't have Windows snapping going on for me here like I normally do, but that'll work. Cool. And then we want to go into our directory here, and here's now where we'll want to actually go about our business of thanks for the follow for AG2. Remember, everybody, consider donating to the AFSP. That's the charity we're supporting today. It's a great mental health charity about supporting American Foundation for Suicide Prevention. So it's a great mental health resource for those who are struggling or maybe have family or friends struggling with things like depression or other severe mental health issues. I like them because not only do they provide references for like emergency hotlines, but their whole thing is about education to reduce stigma around this issue because it's very common for people who struggle with these issues and it's hard to talk about, and they try to make that conversation easier. So consider donating. Any donations that come directly to me go to them, but I strongly prefer you donating directly using the Tiltify link that's in my bio. It's on my bio for my YouTube streamers. It's in my Twitch channel page bio for all the Twitch folks. But yeah, let's keep it moving. So we're gonna pop some Ruby here. We're gonna go after this little CVE. Seems kind of interesting. There's no Metasploit module for it, so we got to get creative with what's going on here with this Docker box. So we're gonna. I guess we'll just clone down this repo because I don't have it cloned down already. Seems like a good idea. Alright, super cool. And if anybody has any trouble seeing the screen, I can always zoom in a little bit more, but I think it looks pretty good from what I can tell. But just give me a shout in the chat. Alright, so yeah, let's go. In fact, I'm kind of bored since now we're hacking. Let's put on some tunes. So if you've been here before and after the streams, listen to some of the tunes. This is some music from my bands, my projects. I'll turn it down just a smidge, just to have some background noise for myself and my own ears. I like to jam with music. All right, cool. So now we need to go into finding that Ruby stuff. So Rails, Redis, Rockchat, Ruby. This should be pretty straightforward, from what I can tell. So let's look at the Docker Compose YAML. Yep, just a web service on port 8080. So we'll do Docker Compose. If I can spell compose. Oh, can't believe I didn't have it installed. Thought I installed all the Docker tools I needed. That's okay, should only take 2 seconds. Y'all let me know if music's too loud or too soft. But it's just there for my own personal pleasure. Alright. So now we should be able to... Oop. Permission denied. I thought it was already part of the Docker group though. Let's see what's going on here. Should be part of the Docker group already. Groups. Oops. Someone did grab Docker. Oh, I guess not. Alright, sudo it is. Sometimes we just say fuck it. Alright, it's gonna take its sweet time. When it's done, we should be dealing with... might be easier just to do this through Burp Suite, so I'm gonna go ahead and start up some Burp Suite. Seems to be the move. I'm just gonna do it to the T. I don't want to spend all my time doing any crazy backflips and solutions over things unless they don't work, in which case we'll go down that rabbit hole. But I'm trying to find these challenges as quickly as I can today, so the less time we spend bashing our head against the wall the better. But that's also part of the experience here. That's part of why I'm doing this. Is if I was going to bash my head against the wall and then come out with a solution, I wanted you guys here to watch, and if you're part of the chat actively participating and not watching the VOD, then hopefully you could help me. But if not, you can bash your head with me. That was the whole point. So it's all good. Burp Suite's taking forever to start. Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. No thanks, Burp Suite. I'm going to open you on the other side anyway. Alright, hold on. We're having issues. We'll come back to Burp Suite later. Huh. Okay, so let's see. It's possible that we didn't read something that we were supposed to read, and as a result are getting that could be why. That'd be kind of dumb, but I'm with it. Oops. That should have just built it while we were doing it. Alright, so we're having a weird Ruby version error. Didn't want to debug this. It sucks. It's alright. What was the error we got? 2.6.0. Oh, that's unfortunate. Let's see if we can look at the Docker file a little bit more closely and see if there's a patch we can issue for it. So that's because it's trying to install Sinatra, and we want a specific version of Sinatra. So let's see if we can force that. That might do the trick. Because we need 2.4.1, is that right? Yeah. I don't know how to manage this dependency. It's cool, it's cool, it's cool. Just show me how to do it. Let's see. Alright, let's try that. Specify Ruby gem version. Not pacify, I want to specify. Come on. Be extra slow. Attack V. Alright, should be pretty straightforward then. So Vim, Docker file. Look like that guy, that one person was using 2.0.0 and they're on a similar version as me. So let's see if that works. Hey, don't you love it when you take a wild guess and shit works? We won't get our hopes up yet. We haven't popped a shell. So at least now it looks like we're getting all our packages up and running. Alright, which means now on 8080 we should have a new web server running. And so now we want our burp suite up. Look at that problem solving. I'm going on a quick power trip because I figured out how to install a Ruby gem of a specific version. Alright, we're just going to start a generic burp suite project. Alright, so we want a proxy. Open up a proxy browser. For those of you who don't know, in newer versions of Burp Suite, they actually have a built-in Chromium instance that automatically hooks directly into the proxy. I used to be a big fan of Fireprox, or not Fireprox, Foxy Proxy, whatever it was. It's a tool EPSEC uses. It's a great tool. I still do use it for other reasons, but when it comes to Burp Suite, I find the built-in one just to be more convenient most of the time, unless you have other plugins that you need. But that's just a pro tip. Okay, so that's pretty nifty for us right here. So if we do this as it says we should, we get a file. Let's see what's in it. 404 not found because there was no file. Okay, that's kind of cool. So let's go back over to Burp Suite now that we have that request. We can look at our HTTP history and we can see this and we can send this to repeater. Alright, and let's see if we can just grab like a random file. Like maybe we can grab Etsy password from here, which would be kind of neat. Not found. That's fine. But in theory, if we do that whole touch, they did that infield separator. Let's see what happens if we just say test.txt. Let's try with the infield separator and see if we get a different response, but I want to do it with test2.txt. Okay, so that separator seems to be pretty important. But now if we try to get test.txt, not found, but if we get a test2.txt, also not found. Interesting. But it does seem like a command ran. One of the things that we can do just to test real quick, if we get anything coming back or not, is we can just do a quick curl. So if we do a curl localhost 808080 blah. Actually, we'll do. Ah, damn! I don't have collaborator. I'm so spoiled at work. At least I don't think I have collaborator. Yeah, you can't do collaborator without a Burp Pro. Gosh, dang it! That's all right. So let's do the infield separator, and we'll boop up a quick window here and start a Python 3 simple or some hp.server. Oof, Python 2 and Python 3, man. Start that up and send a request and then see if we get something back. Nope, but that also could be because curl isn't installed. It also could be because its localhost is the container's localhost. Big brain stuff. So we need to figure out what our IP address is real quick. It looks like we've got a .3 on my current network here. And try that. Send that. Still nothing. Got a pipe. That seems right. Maybe it doesn't like all that junk. Let's try this. Very interesting. Alright, let's go back to our handy dandy exploit here. Okay, we do get a 404 for all of those. So it's not necessarily that we're not successful so much as it is that we can't get a callback. But if we can't get a callback, that's going to be a problem. It looks like it's entirely possible that curl isn't on this box. All we know is that there is bash. Which curl is, I guess it could be a minimal Docker instance. Alright, in that case, let's just go for a shell. We're not gonna waste any more time. Let's go for a shell. We'll have to do some fancy work. Bash ref shell. Sucks because I wanted to do like a stage things where I downloaded a like a Metasploit payload or whatever, but we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go straight for bash. Then we'll go here. This is gonna catch our actual shell. And then we need that in-field separator. Between all of our spaces. And then we pray. Boop. And shell, please. No, we're not getting any sort of callback. It's very interesting. What do we got going on here? I guess maybe they did write a file, like an actual shell file. Very interesting. Okay, in that case, what we can do is this. I have a solution for everything, so screw all that. We're gonna take this. We're gonna echo. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying. Paste selection. To base 64. It's going to give us an encoded string. Copy selection. And then we should just be able to do bash. Maybe we'll do kind of some of that. I was going to write a file, but I think I see what their kind of thought process was. So they're going to echo that command. I want to do it exactly that way though. Yeah, why not? Let's do it. So we'll do that. I'm gonna start using this infield separator more. That's kind of neat. Never saw that before. They just did a comma there. That's even more interesting. I've never seen that used as a delimiter. Echo bash comma. That command is going to interpret that wrong. It's very interesting. Let's just test that like in our terminal and see what happens first. If I do echo, it's weird, yeah. Oh no, screw it. I'm just gonna use the infill separator because I don't see how that works. Pardon my ignorance. If anybody in chat wants to help, go for it. But I'm gonna keep on keeping on. This is useless to me. Oh, I know why that works. It's because it's in brackets. But in theory, we shouldn't need that. Because we can just pipe this into base 64 tech D. Probably just did that to make it cleaner, but in theory, this should work too. Yeah, that doesn't need a separator, and then we just bash. FS tech I. Maybe now we have shelf police? Or maybe just a really confused backend server? I'm not getting a response. We're gonna exit out of our multi-handler and just do a ncat lvnp. See if that makes any sort of difference. Does not seem to. Alright, well in that case I'm gonna go back to my idea that made a little bit more sense to me. So we're gonna echo the data that we had, and we're going to we didn't want all the data, we just wanted the, oh, where'd my big 64 go? That. We just want our one-liner that calls back our shell. That's all we care about. And we'll want to this that out into a, call it temp shell.sh. Okay. And I'm gonna make another tab real quick just so I don't have to redo all that again later. And now all we should have to do in theory is run this. So if we just do bash with our infield separator and then temp slash shell.sh. Oh, come on. That's frustrating. Alright, I'm going to try to attach this Docker container and see what's going on. And we'll do that. I'm going to do that in another window here. Because now I'm mega confused if I'm even doing this right. Because remember, we did do that hacky workaround with the thing. We could have totally botched a dependency. Docker ls, docker ps, sudo docker ps. Okay. Hope you could spell Docker right too. Okay. Start container interactive. Compose. I'm googling this in another window just to help myself out a little bit. Okay, so seems like if I add in a standard in open true and a tty true, that may allow us to sudo docker compose up. Maybe that part doesn't matter as much. Okay. So far so good, and then I should just be able to do sudo docker ps and say sudo docker compose exec. Bash, will it figure it out for me? Nope. That didn't work either. You have to do exactly verbatim what it said. Nope. That wasn't very fun. Anybody else got any ideas? Nope, still on my own there. Alright, Okay, I guess if I don't... What was the dark hose? Web exec, maybe? There we go. That'll do it. Alright, so the only problem now is we don't have anything in anywhere. So I'm just going to go focus back on our exploitation attempt. We're going to debug what the hell is going on here. So, first we're going to send that. We get a file not found, which is fine. There's nothing there. Alright, so let's go take a closer look back at what's going on here. Oh, is it mad because we aren't hosting a FTP server? And it's me. Is it me? Is the problem me? The problem's me, right? Oh god, I feel so silly. Alright, that's cool. We'll try it. Alright, so we just need to... We're gonna make our own life easy here. And we're gonna take this bash one-liner that we have. And then we're gonna go into our Ruby Live. And then we're gonna make FTP dir FTP, and then we're gonna create our shell script file here. That'll give us our callback, and then we need to do that FTP server. So they did a Python FTP lib server. Works for me. I like that. It's fun and simple. They did. It should have been installed already, but you know, whatever floats your boat. Cool. So I'm cool with that, I think, because the request is getting made from my side. My question is, were they actually hosting anything there? I don't think so. So in theory, even though... Okay, let's do that. Okay, so we're probably gonna need to specify this differently. Okay, cool. We got that call back. Now, so that's a good sign. We're making progress now. Now if we check our temp directory, nothing's here. That's a good sign though. I like that. Now what does shell SSH say? Empty. Okay, but progress is progress. We'll keep it. I didn't expect this to be so difficult. I thought this would be straightforward. Okay. I see. Dash. I'm gonna take a page out of their book. Because I know what that is. I knew what that was the whole time. Okay, takes the parameter, takes the argument, and then just for my own sanity's sake, I'm gonna make this we'll see if that works. That should work, right? Alright, and then cat shell. Nothing in / temp. Okay. Trying to take a page out of their book. But I'm still gonna take a page out of their book. I'm gonna do it differently. Or am I? Did I just forget my thingy? I think I did just forget my thingy. Let's do that. Nope. Weird, we are getting code exec. We've at least gotten that far. Alright. In that case, what we're going to do is take a page out of their book. So we've got this base64 encoded blob here. Pipe that into a base64 tech D. And pipe that into a bash tech I. And hope for the best. Nothing, huh? Let's do this. Doing all these complicated things. I just want to try to echo some data into a file. Let's just do that. Texy. Is that all I was missing from the other one? Was it just missing one more? So easy to make typos with this kind of complicated crap. Try that. Now shell? No shell. Okay, it did not like that. So we'll go back to what we were doing. C FS echo test. Ooh, we can use T, so we'll do that. So we'll pipe this into T thing. TXT. Whoopa. Let's see how that looks. Yeah, I forgot taxi flag, yeah. Okay, why didn't that work at all though? Here's where we can do some debugging with which T. Okay, T's here. Alright, so we got a tac T flag. Oh, we didn't close it out. God, fuck. We'll get there eventually. Alright, let's try that. In theory, that So I'm going through this command. Bash, got an infield separator for space, taxi for the command input, infield separator, quote, command, argument, piped into T, into a file. That's what's going on. That didn't work. That didn't work. Let's look at our thing. Alright, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna restart our FTP server. Oh, that's why that didn't work. Alright, let's try that. Hey! Alright, now the real question is there data in it? There is data in it! Okay, we can get a shell now. All I needed to do was put data in a file. If I can write to a file, I can get a shell. Hell yeah, alright. This turned into like an actual like thing to have to deal with after all. Alright, so we're gonna go over here. This is gonna be our shell. Yeah, we're gonna call it something cool. And by cool I mean stupid. We're gonna call this first we're gonna cactus. Put this in our cactus. But you know what? I think I'm gonna take it a step further. And I'm gonna try to do this all blind from here on out. I'm not gonna look at the file that's there until the very end just to see if it worked. Okay, so here's my thinking. Bash taxi executing our command. Echo our base64 for this. Remember, this is our bash reverse shell, so we're not actually trying to execute this yet. I'm just trying to write this base64 to a file. So this base64 is going to get base64 decoded, and that output is going to get teed to our cactus.sh. And then from there, we should be able... We'll go ahead and stage this. Should be able to just run... Technically, we shouldn't even need any of this. We should just be able to do bash cactus.sh. Right? If I'm wrong, somebody let me know. I'm pretty sure I'm right about this one. Alright. So. Got our callback for that. Alright, now we got our listener over here. So we stopped using the mess, but we're just going to use the regular netcat listener. And now this is going to execute. We're going to get a callback for that. That worked. Moment of truth. No show. Okay. The only thing I'm going to try extra here is I am gonna do the taxi again just in case the shell interaction is having an aneurysm. In which case we can just do this. Now in theory our file should already be there, and if everything got written successfully, now this should work. And if it didn't, now we get to go debug. So now we debug. What's going on here? So we got cactus.sh. Cactus.sh is empty. That might be why. Alright, let's figure out why cactus.sh is empty. Excuse me. So test worked just fine. They even did a base64 situation, right? They did. They sure did. Alright, let's just tee this out into a file and see if we can base 64 it later. Alright, let's look at cactus.sh now. I must really not like that base 64 string for some reason. But you know, we'll get creative with this real quick. Instead of doing all that, we'll double quote. We'll do an infield separator here. Alright. Okay, we got a weird space here that doesn't seem right, but that did something different. YMF. I see. I think it was the plus. Yeah, okay, so it counts that plus as a literal character. So if we do that, oh, still doesn't like it. So it's the URL encoded character it doesn't like. Yeah, try to encode a URL via the plus. That's what I was thinking too. Let's try that. That might be a good idea. URL encode, convert selection, URL encode, URL encode, all characters. See if that works. Hey, alright, hell yeah. Alright, now we're really cooking with something here. I've said that like 4 times, but I mean it this time. So, cactus.sh actually has some data in it. So let's try to go back to what we were doing before, where we actually base 64 decoded that data before we did anything else. So we'll do that. Then we'll tee that into the cactus that out. Alright, so now if we look at it, okay. So much for the blind, but you know, whatever. Sometimes we work with what we got. Cross fingers. Hope for a shell. Oh yeah. Shell. That feels good. That was actually more work than I thought it was gonna be. I looked at that write-up and I was like, man, this is easy. You just send some requests and you do it. Nah, there's lots of encoding hurdles to get through, and that was definitely a cool learning experience. I learned something today. I didn't expect to learn anything today. I thought I was just going through and exploiting some stuff. Yeah, so that'll be a good challenge. I think I'll use that because especially with this, the main thing we're looking for when it comes to that Ruby stuff that I was talking about is we actually do have the source code here for the vulnerable function. So this will be very useful for my buddy in setting his stuff. So this is the actual server that's being ran in the Ruby file, and so we can say, okay, well, what's the problem here with the if we go back and look at the actual vulnerability data. Like this write-up, it says while using netftp, you realize you get a malicious command execution through malicious file names. So problem was with the line get text file. When looking at source code, you'll note that the vulnerable code is here. So they open local file, and because they're doing an open, you can just boop os command write. And that is built into that. So when you do, so this is a normal connection, when you start up a server, just like the one that we have, that we've seen, it looks like, where is it? I wish they would say more about it. Anyway, he gave us the source code snippet, but let's look more into this because I want to be able to understand this a little bit better. The file write open injection makes perfect sense to me, but FTP get so the FTP get binary file, get put binary file. So all of these use that line that this is talking about. So wonder if we can find a release. I want to actually see that code a little bit more clearly. It's cool, that's cool. Cool. So that's the one we already looked at. Yeah, it is. Okay. Just trying to find a patch for it, but that's alright. I want to go back and look at this. So, okay, so the problem here is that we're using, so when we're looking at this from a developer's perspective, we were using the NetFTP service, and the get binary file is one of the vulnerable commands. So this is what we're able to escape out of. So that's the real issue here, is this is allowing us to inject a pipe because we're taking it from a parameter. In this case, the parameter is the file parameter from this download URI. So this is what it returns if we just hit the root of the web server and tells us what to do. Otherwise, if we hit download, it'll serve back this content application stream. It'll start by parsing the URI parameters. From there, it'll start a new FTP server, which will call back. That's why we needed to specify our IP. So it's going to call back to our FTP server. That has to be successful. So the reason when we were doing just localhost is because it was calling back to the container's localhost, the container's IP, not ours. So we had to give it an actual IP that it could actually hit validly and successfully log into. There was no FTP server being hosted on the Docker container server. It was just this FTP login request. So this is actually making the request, and I didn't know that because I wasn't looking at the source code. So, but I kind of figured that out by how the URL was formatted. So what happens then is the login was failing, and that's why it wasn't working before. But after that, since the login did work, then we got to the next function, which this is the actual vulnerable function that we need to pass in. And so based on what this says, this is problem lies with the get text file command, but according to the actual CVE details in full, get binary file, get text file, put and put binary file, and put text file, and get are all vulnerable. So if we look back at the source code, we can see get binary files, what was used, and that was one of the vulnerable functions. So that all makes perfect sense to me now, and that is the breakdown of why this works and how it works. So basically this command is just, it's going straight to a file write open command, and that for some reason is vulnerable in the Ruby library and can be pipe, you can just add a pipe and execute whatever the hell you want. So that's cool. Damn, that we've been doing that for 2 hours. I didn't expect it to take that long. I want to still get more done. I'm going to use that one in the CTF for sure. That'll be cool. It's a very difficult one to navigate. That'll be pretty fun. I'm going to take a quick break, get something to drink, and chill for a second. I'm going to leave you guys with some tunes. We'll try to do 1 or 2 more. We'll still try to get through all 6 if we can. It's still early in the evening for me, but I want to make sure that I have time to take care of some other stuff later. But I still got time, so we keep pressing on. We'll just take a quick break here. While I'm gone, if you want to leave any chats or comments or anything like that, feel free to. For all those who've stuck around this far, thanks for sticking around. Hugh Freebie, see you later. Thanks for sticking in, coming in. You've been a pleasure. Catch you next time. For everyone else, I will catch you here shortly, so we'll go take a quick intermission.
Don't ask me, I'm a night spin, I'm a dead end. Watch me bleed through the phone. The lights dim, watch the pipe in, watch me let that shit go. Drinking in my sleep, man, taking shots of Patron. My weakness, every weekend, every week, man, I drop. Something inside, what's the title? Make that news tie, walk a tightrope. Talking with your knife, fire in my throat. Cut that shit right, cut that shit alright, alright. Slowly close your eyes, you'll be fine now. Take it once, take it twice, till you start strong. Little thin white lines, taking deep breaths. It's every time, it's every time. Feel the blood in my nose, it's a deep cut. Work it out, feel it slow till you feel numb. She only calls me if it's money or it's more drugs. It's every time, it's every time. Take a gram to the face, double cross those lines. You're a waste, wanna taste, told her get in mine. I feel Molly in my veins, Hattie on this side. If I don't want it, she takes it, it happens every time. Sit down, already know what you taste like. Triple crown, splash of lime on the chase light. Stick around, wanna taste of the limelight. Taste it, bites your tongue like. Slowly close your eyes, you'll be fine, love. Take it once, take it twice, till you start strong. Little thin white lines, taking deep breaths. It's every time, it's every time. Feel the blood in my nose, it's a deep cut. Work it out, feel it slow till you feel numb. She only calls me if it's money or it's more drugs. It's every time, it's every time. It's every time she goes down. I see it in her eyes, it's a ghost town. Double up a cup, number 4 now. The water's getting deep, I hope she don't drown. It's every time she goes down. I see it in her eyes, it's a ghost town. Double up a cup, number 4 now. The water's getting deep, I hope she don't drown. Slowly close your eyes, you'll be fine, love. Take it once, take it twice, till you start strong. Little thin white lines, taking deep breaths. It's every time, it's every time. Feel the blood in my nose, it's a deep cut. Work it out, feel it slow till you feel numb. She only calls me if it's money or it's more drugs. It's every time, it's every time. Slowly close your eyes, you'll be fine, love. Take it once, take it twice, till you start strong. Little thin white lines, taking deep breaths. It's every time, it's every time. Feel the blood in my nose, it's a deep cut. Work it out, feel it slow till you feel numb. She only calls me if it's money or it's more drugs.
It washes over me. The feeling it gives me inside of the earth. Rhythms of the world. I can't take it. Show me how to do it. Show me now. It washes over me. The feeling it gives me inside of the earth. Rhythms of the world. I can't take it. Show me how to do it. Oh yeah, do you feel it now? I like the way you move. Don't keep me down. Just take control. My mind's racing. Just bring me home. It washes over me. The feeling it gives me inside of the earth. Rhythms of the world. I can't take it. Show me how to do it. Feel the power. Feel the rush. There's nothing wrong with the way the world works. Bring it close
Your alarm still peeking at your phone, just hoping for a sign to save you from the monsters under your bed. 10 yards from the back porch, and 5 men on a death march. 15 minutes till we're torn apart. Take the answer. Let it blow. You're not the reason I come home, but you're the fire, you're the glow. So keep me around, don't let me go. I'm the butt of the same sad joke. A couple shots and I'm not alone. Will said I could crash tonight, so I guess we'll see how this goes. So I'm gonna live it up. Yeah, I'm gonna live it up. With me, I'm a typical. Don't you think you've had enough? Don't you think you've had enough? I'm in the buffet singing hallelujah. The bleachers screaming break away, and this blood seems to forget. You don't get up, you put in on the past 4 years. I never saw myself right here. I'm always wanting to disappear. I'm always wanting to disappear. Of all the places that I could go, I'm boarding up all of my damn windows. So disappointed, consumed by fear. I'm always wanting to disappear. So you can catch me on the flip side. I've been running for my whole life. It'll never be my best line, but I'm telling you it's gonna be a good time. Yeah, you can catch me on the flip side, and you know I've got my inside. You said this would be a good time, this would be a good time. 23 going on 17, I just wanna get the lines out and be done with everything. I just wanna punch the writing out of all these thoughts and get them out of my head. Looking back on the past 4 years, I never saw myself right here. I'm always wanting to disappear. I'm always wanting to disappear. Of all the places that I could go, I'm boarding up all of my damn windows. So disappointed, consumed by fear. I'm always wanting to disappear. You're moving too slow. You need to let go.
All right, everybody, we are back. So, last we left off, we had to do some manual debugging, but we did eventually get a nice little root shell here where we can do whatever we want. We went over the vulnerability data a little bit, had to do some debugging, figured out we had some URL encoding issues, or the basics for what we were able to finally get back a basic bash reverse shell, and more importantly, write to files. So that's important to me because I could write base64 to a file. If I wanted to upload a more sophisticated implant, I totally could, and wasn't necessary just for the purpose of demonstrating this vulnerability, although that's what I would have liked to do. Totally not necessary. I hope those of you have been stopping and enjoying the music while you wait on stuff. These are all projects that I'm a part of. For example, the song that's playing right now, hopefully it's not too loud, it's called Vices. It's by Jones. This is me. This is me singing. It's one of my projects. This is an EP that will drop sometime in the end of March. So keep an eye on all my socials if you want to keep up with that. All the other bands, Lost in the Mons is a pop punk project I play bass and sing a little bit in, and Opt Out's a hardcore project that I also play bass in. So yeah, these are just some songs from my bands. It's all pretty decent music in my opinion. I really enjoy it. I think it's really good, and I partially own it, so I can stream it, so I get to share it with you all. So please check us out, Opt Out, Lost in the Mons, and Jones, if you're interested in all that. Jones isn't out yet, but keep following. But anyway, enough of the plug-in. The most important part of the stream is to donate to the AFSP. It's a great mental health charity to help with suicide prevention. Lots of great educational resources, stuff like that. So please consider that if you're enjoying this, or if you're watching the VOD. The donation links are still up, even when the stream's over. You can always donate. It doesn't have to be while we're here. Alright, I don't want to be on here too terribly long, so we're going to quickly dive in and see what other issues we can find that are related to Rails or Ruby in general. This one was a pretty good one. I'm definitely going to make use of that and store that for later. Really fun one to exploit. I really like the kind of components of it, having to have our own FTP server and the file writes and stuff makes it a pretty interesting exploit. And it's wasn't a meta-exploitable one, so we couldn't just point, click, and go. These next ones that we're going to explore, that I'm hoping won't take as long because they are meta-exploitable. The hard part is going to be finding some kind of service or pre-made box that has the vulnerabilities that isn't already like a meta-exploitable box or a damn vulnerable web app. It's okay if it is, but I want to kind of set something up for this CTF that I'm trying to help with in a more custom manner wherever possible. So let's do some digging. The first thing we'll want to do, of course, is get rid of our shell and go back into MSF console. We really don't need this container anymore, so we'll do a docker compose. Down just so it's not using our resources. cool. Oops. Ow. Oops. I typed it the same way. Alright, cool. Got that stopping. So now we want to search for Ruby exploit within Metasploit. This will give us some common exploit modules that are related to Ruby or Ruby on Rails stuffs. So let's full screen this real quick so we can get some more details on what's code exec and what's not. I remember that double tap vulnerability. Let's see. It's memory exhaustion. It's action pack. So let's take a look at that. Let's see what we can find on the Rails action pack. Get rid of some of these tabs. Rails action pack vulnerability. Then we'll see if we can find some Greenbone. I want to get some more CV data on this. Maybe Rapid7's page has some. Rapid7's resources are usually pretty hit or miss. But since this has a Metasploit module, hopefully we'll get more hits than we will misses. Sometimes in the actual source code of the module, we'll get the actual CV data that we're looking for. Yep, that's what we wanted. CVE. Oops. See if there's a container that already exists. Alright. So here's the actual GitHub repo. Okay, cool. That makes sense to me. Looks like that's probably some kind of exploit. Action pack. Maybe it was a Vuln Hub image. Vulnerable. Container. Okay, so there is always Rails Goat, which I wanted to avoid, but you know what, if Rails Goat has what we need in every capacity, then maybe I can break it down to just have what I want. Let's take a look at the apps. Let's just play with Rails Goat and see what happens. So you start with a git clone of the repo. Let's see what we can get out of this. If it's got most of the vulnerabilities built in, then it's possible I may be able to cut this down a little bit to something more along the lines of what I'm looking for. Because I am not a Ruby developer, otherwise I'd just write all this stuff. Although I guess I could, but that would take even longer. So we want to do a sudo docker compose build, and then go follow the rest of their instructions. Do a DB setup, then we can do an up. So let that run real quick. Wrong screen change. This was what I was going for. chunkier of an image here. That's all good. Well, this is fun. We're just waiting on stuff to install. Alright. Hopefully nothing breaks. I have had colleagues of mine tell me that Rails Go was kind of busted recently, but hopefully with the Docker container that's not the case. Sure, building it from scratch is probably painful though. That's what Docker's for. Oh, here, let's just keep searching GitHub for stuff. Vulnerable, Rails, Docker, all of GitHub. This looks interesting. Heard of the image tragic vulnerabilities. I wonder if that's a specific thing to Rails. Oh yeah, obviously it's got to be a library. Maybe that'll be a good custom one to. Let's read on this. Interesting. Okay, seems to be like a gem vulnerability related to image magic, which makes sense. Image tragic exploit. May have to go look at that talk. Looks good. Exploit DB entry. Maybe this is the one we look at next. Very interesting. Okay. What got going on here? Oh, nice. Okay, it just requires knowing the dealio there. Maybe I'll look at that later. Alright, anyway, back to this. Are we done yet? Nope, tons of Ruby stuff to install. Damn. I wonder if it's metasploitable. That'd be neat. Delegate arbitrary command execution. Does that line up? Look at this here. That's interesting to know. Okay, cool. Plenty of POCs out there, maybe something I gotta look at. Oh, come on, Rails Goat. Let's see what we're doing. Alright, well, while that's doing its thing, let's go back to our search. Whoa there. A secondary rate limit? Oh no. I promise I'm not spamming you, GitHub. And GitHub really doesn't want me to... Look at commits, there we go. I wonder if we'll have more success on Docker Hub. This guy's still going. Where'd the rails go? Shell shock. Samba Cry. More Rails Goat. Vulnerable action pack. See if I can find it based on CVE name. I wonder my colleague asked me to do this. This is hard to find. Yeah, we'll leave that here for now. We wanna. That's the CVE number they're looking for. This looks promising. I should be able to compile this into a Docker container pretty easily. So we'll save that for later. This is still going. Oh, step 9. Almost done. Hey, alright. Let's go back to what we were here for. If I can find it. I think the last step was just a duck compose up. Oh no, there's a DB step that was super important. I say super important, but actually don't know. Yep, gotta run that DB setup. And depending on how many of these we can just pop with Metasploit real quick, will depend on kind of what I do next. If that's all there is to it, then I'll kind of enumerate those and figure out if they're going to be good for the project I'm working on or not. So apparently Rails Goat is running beyond port 3000, so let's go check her out. Why don't we? See what's up. Looks like Rails Goat is live. Alright, so we just gotta be targeting our local host 3000. So let's go back to our Ruby exploits. The main one that we were looking at to start with was the action pack inline exec. So let's see if that's set to our local host. Model doesn't support check. Guess we're just blind firing, praying for a shell. Be a little script kiddie real quick. Let's go. No session was created. Alright, so before we start looking at walkthroughs and stuff, I just want to see what out of the box things are potentially exploitable very quickly. So not super entertaining for those looking for super technical analysis. It's not what I'm doing here. I'm just doing some light research to see what I can use in the context of a CTF. For those who are just now joining the stream, whole point here today, other than charity, which you should donate to the AFSP if you can, is I'm helping out a colleague to develop some challenges related to Ruby and Ruby on Rails for both source code analysis purposes for security static analysis testing and dynamic testing in the context of a King of the Hill style competition. So trying to find some pre-built machines that make it easy, because this is targeted more towards developers. It's not meant to be super challenging in terms of you know, you gotta do some crazy backflip exploits. It's more to educate and be like, hey, this is a common security problem. Here's how you identify it. Here's why it's a problem, and here's how it can be fixed. So anything that is pretty much cookie cutter is ideal because it helps demonstrate the problem easier. So that's what we're looking for here. So action pack exec didn't work. Dynamic render code exec. So let's use 7. See if this module supports check. Target says it's not exploitable. Let's take a closer look at our route though. Admin doesn't exist. Okay. The session. Action index can be found. Okay, so let's see if maybe if we set URI path slash sessions. Interesting. Alright, so this one doesn't seem like it's out of the box exploitable. We'll set it back to the default and exploit it anyway because we're not in a live environment. Who cares? Okay, that didn't work, which is fine. We didn't expect it to work. Now, that doesn't mean none of these do work. We're just looking for like the quick, dirty, easy ones. So that was the dynamic render codex. Let's look at the JSON YAML. Doesn't support check, so we just gotta fire a laser and hope for a shell. Oh. You know, it'd help. Set a right remote port correctly. Alright, it doesn't look like we're getting anything back from that. Got any other options that matter with that? Probably the target URI. Alright, so some of these we're probably going to have to come back to and look at the Rails Goat documentation and see what's what. which isn't super interesting. But let's go with the secret deserialization. So we'll use 9. And we'll do the same thing. Set our output, port, our output, our host, check. Alright, it requires a secret. Let's see if we can find a secret just exposed. Might be cool. It's just their session. Doesn't seem super useful at the moment. Only send the payload of a session cookie is valid. Need to send the cookie. Alright. Again, we'll come back to those. Secret serialization. So this is the console. So let's try that. Doesn't support chat. The console is patched or disabled, or you're not in the whitelisted scope, which is fine. There's probably more to it than that. So all of these, it looks like in the context of RailsGoat, probably require a little bit of digging. So this is the last one we'll try real quick. Just to see what's up. You support check? No, you don't. That makes things so much more risky. But can I have a shell anyway? No shell for me? No shells for me, y'all. Alright, we're done dicking around with that side of things. We'll actually look into the RailsGoat documentation. See what's what. Injection. It looks like this is just a general, this is not necessarily specific so much as it is not using the ORM features. Okay, RailsGoat doesn't seem to really have any actual Rails specific vulnerabilities. They're just OWASP vulnerabilities. In the context of Ruby on Rails, which I didn't quite realize because I've not played around with RailsGoat too much. So I see why this is. Let's look at like another walkthrough. Yeah. Get started. Command execution, view file upload. Yeah, that's all this is. That's a little bit disappointing. Cool as hell because those issues are still important. but they're not Ruby specific. They're not Rails specific. These are just OWASP web issues that everybody should be aware of no matter what kind of application you're developing. So super valuable, super important, but not useful for what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to call out Ruby and Rails specific issues. So with that said, while we got time, let's try to get this bad boy running, and that'll make for 2 apps, which was not my goal for the day, but you know, 2 is better than none. And you know what? I can turn those other 2 Rails vulnerabilities into RCEs as well, because I can establish pre-generated keys. That'd be kind of cool. Alright, so that's something for consideration. That said, that's not what we're here for. We're gonna try out this little app here, which we're probably gonna run into some issues with. But we're gonna follow the instructions and hope for the best. This is using Ruby version manager. So we'll start with this. And then it wants us to use RVM 2.2.tree. Sudo apt install RVM. What? I haven't used Ruby in so long. RVM. I'm not so sure that's right. Let's specify it for Kali just in case Kali's got a cooler way to do it. I guess rvm.io would tell us how to do it, right? That makes sense. Add the GPG key. This is old school way of doing some shit. You know what we do around here. We pipe stuff into bash. Oops. Is that a permissioning thing? Guess so. Oh, whatever. Let's pray it works anyway. At least we didn't sudo pipe it. You're right, we do need to source it, lest we restart our whole session. Alright, so now we should be able to run RVM use 2.2.3. RVM install Ruby 2.2.3. Oh, this is gross. I hope this works. I want one more shell before I have to hop off. At least if this does work, I know I'll be able to build a container out of this pretty quickly. So that'll be good. While we're waiting, let's just search GitHub for vulnerable Rails app. I think we already did that. But no, we searched it for vulnerable Rails container. There's a difference. Vulnerable Rails app. there is damn vulnerable webs app. That Rails app, that's different than Rails Go. Ooh. This also looks interesting. Systems out with vulnerable gems. Dude, we don't care, Firefox. We're fine. Sensitive info, body SQL injection, curl data. We'll see. Damn vulnerable Rails app. So we opened all this other bullshit too. That might be good for other stuff, but not what I'm looking for. Very insecure blog app. That's fun. Also not what I'm looking for, but still really fun. Come on now. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna be what we want anyway. That's okay. A little bit more disappointing than I thought my search results were going to be initially, but I guess that's why it's so difficult. I also realized when I got a shell earlier that my head's on the side where the shells are, so my bad. Couldn't see root right away. I'm so spoiled by having an actual non-VM to work in most of the time.
Triple C's like I'm 16. Tell me I'll be fine, I don't know why nobody's listening. Carry minds while I'm fading.
Oh man, I don't want to just sit here and watch shit compile. Is that like a thing? Like, do you like ASMR over command line compilation? Oh man. I'm waiting so patiently. I guess I'm not being that patient, but I'm live on stream, y'all. Don't y'all know? Alright, we'll go back to our search. Nothing to see here. Means I gotta look, right? Let's see. It's got all the normal Rails, hibbity jibbity startup language. So I wonder what they changed. I'm very curious. Let's look at the controllers. Got some action controllers. Let's look at the models. Nothing in the models. Okay. Guess I should look at the views, but I'll look at the gems instead. Interesting. Very similar. UCVs don't match. What's the catch? What's cool about SQLi is that you can sometimes take SQLi to RC, but ooh, ooh. This looks promising. I like this. I like it a lot. I just have to figure out how to run it, but I do like that it contains some stuff for RCE. That's interesting. Unmarshalling payloads. Neato. Okay. Well, at least at the end of the day, I found some things to work with. It may just not be as because I didn't run it privileged. I don't know. Fine, I'll read the log. Gosh, why do we always gotta read logs, man? Came here to hack shit, not read logs. A lot of errors. Ugh, super not helpful. Looks like it was an open SSL related issue. Okay. That's gonna be painful. I wonder what this is though. My tabs are getting ridiculous. I promise I don't normally work like this. I'm just trying to get through as much of this as I possibly can. Done. Chest or lab. Very basic chest store with certain military. Huh. That seems interesting. What you got over here? That's gonna take a sweet time loading. Different vulnerable gems. God, these readmes suck. How am I supposed to use your thing? The answer is be better at Ruby and Rails, but why would I do that? Why would I get good? That requires getting good. No, that's helpful. Okay. I'm gonna give up on that. Give up on that. Give up on that. Give up on that. That's not super helpful, but very well. That's the same thing. These are all frustrating. Cool stonks. That's a wee bit frustrating. Guess we'll go back to our original search and take a look at this real quick. I'm willing to give one good last try to get something running. Cool, but I don't want to do all that. No, I wish I didn't close that other tab. Okay, so this is the guy I was looking for before. Let's see if we can just get it running. I'm gonna unzip this file, cause fuck it, we ball. I guess I should have looked at it before and after. What was in this directory first? Okay, workspace is the thing that it unpacked. Okay, that's cool. That open. How to start Rails app? Because I don't know. This is why I was using a Docker container. Yeah, gem install Rails. Yeah. How do I actually run it? I'll do all that. Yeah, I know how the model generation works. I say I don't know how it works. I've done all this before. How do I run the server? That's what I need to know. Ugh, that was the least helpful thing ever. For my purposes, anyway. Stack Overflow gonna come save the day? There's a bundle install. Okay. That sounds familiar. I'm so glad I have a snapshot on this VM. I'm borking it all up with all these Rails dependencies. That's having PTSD flashbacks from working in development with Rails, which I thankfully never had to work with directly, but having to help them manage dependencies when things were vulnerable. Oh. We all felt that pain. That's not their fault. Oh, I'm gonna be so sad if this doesn't work. Wait, why isn't this? Yeah, where I want to be. Bundle install. There we go. Not sure I had like Ruby before it, but that's alright. No longer be found in the source. This means optimize removed it, or you'll need to update your bundle version. That's mean. That's mean. I didn't want to deal with that. I can just remove the gem file lock. I think. It's fine. We have a zip file in case this doesn't work. Yeet it. I'm cool with that. Are you serious? Message file directory. Can you make it? Yes, you can. I'm just gonna run everything with sudo today. Alright, so now, yeah, same principle. Use this version of the bundler. Oh no, that's not what I wanted. No, do this bundle install. And pray it works. And if not, we're just... Oh my goodness, my dogs are playing. Hey, can we play outside and not bark so loud? I guess you can't play outside because it's raining. Poor puppies. Don't step on each other's toes, please. There are people on stream watching. You're stinky. Alright, well, that's it installing. I'm gonna transition this to a quick intermission so I can wipe my dog off because she is very wet and stinky. Stay tuned. Enjoy the tunes. Alright. That was mildly annoying. But all of my dogs on order. Having two giant white dogs when it rains is painful, especially when you just gave them a bath the other day. But everybody's happy now. Alright. It looks like we're hopefully happy now too. We'll see in just a second. So rails S. Okay, so for real, doesn't like that. Let's see. Okay, so previously all we had was this. So we're gonna do a yeah, I know. I know the rules. I know I'm not supposed to turn it as root, but I don't care. This seems to be giving different output though than the workspace one. Make sure that that installs before bundling. Okay. Oh my goodness, I cannot type today. Okay. We're just gonna have to go through and manually install each one of these that fails. Yeah, pretty much. Oh god. Alright, we'll go through this rodeo until I can't take it anymore. And then we'll say enough is enough. Go from there. Hello. We had our first actual failure. Can we do just any JSON? I'll take it. Oh, no, it just really wants that one, huh? Alright, we'll look at this. What was this? JSON v1.8.3 Rails fail. Have this over in another tab, just Stack Overflowing it. Oh wow, that was the least helpful thing in the world. Alright, we're gonna start by undoing one of the things we just did. No. So gem uninstall. Gem uninstall JSON. All versions. Yes. I don't care. Because the only one we actually wanted was this version. Okay, and then now we're still having issues. Alright, so failed to bin build. Gem install JSON failed to build native extension. Alright, somebody had success with this. Installing this library seemed to give them what they needed. That doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, it does, but not that specific library or why. But you know what? If it works, that's great. And you know what? I really don't care about service restarts. We are in a VM. This thing can explode tomorrow, and I will not care. That's why we're here. That helped nothing. That was the dumbest fix that it would have been anyway. Let's see if we can just do a... Alright, let's look at the gem file then. Nothing even in there. Let's look at the gem file lock. Oh, shit. You know what? Here's how I'm gonna do this. Yep. We're just gonna do that right there. That's gonna make my brain happy. At least I hope so. Oh, and now we're gonna have that issue again. That's okay, because we technically already did that. And the worst case scenario we'll go through is that we need to get that log file back again. Huh? Okay. Alright, this isn't gonna work for me. That's unfortunate. It sucks that the README didn't have more data, and that's why I like Docker containers for this kind of stuff. Especially for Ruby, man. Ruby gets to be a friggin' headache. Alright, well, we got one shell today, but I don't want to leave here without getting another shell. So, let's do something interesting back with one of those other Ruby issues that we ran into. So that was in this folder, but we weren't just looking at that. We were looking at some other stuffs. There's image magic in here. I wonder if there is Haha. I wonder if it's a PHP based. It looks like it's PHP based. Damn it. Let's look at the index PHP though. Just want to see. It's kind of cool. I'm glad that's in there. I may use that for something later. Okay. So we've taken a look at the Ruby directory. I guess we can go back in there. Yeah, so we've already looked at that one. Taking a look at Rails. Yeah, I might be able to use these two to demonstrate something. Let's fire it up and see what happens. Then maybe I'll do... How much time do I got? If I can knock it out in the next 40 minutes. I'll see if I can turn this into an RCable container. We'll see. Really, it shouldn't take much. Alrighty. That seems to be good, which means we should be able to just hit it at localhost 3000. So we'll go back. This should change magically from Rails Goat to random Rails app. Cool. So the theory here is that we should just be able to hit assets file like this. It's nothing fancy except that it gives us a more or less a dirt traversal. That works. Okay, so what else can we get? Can we get root? Okay, that doesn't exist. That's fine, but if we're running as root in this context, maybe we can get etc shadow. We can. There's nothing in the shadow file. That's interesting. I don't like that. Oops. Okay, so this alone isn't going to get us RCE, and there's no other services configured on it to give us RCE. So what we can do is take a look at the Docker Compose file. See, it's vulnerable to Rails, or say it's coming from vulnerable Rails 5.0.7. Okay, so let's go to vulhub Docker and see if we can't go find this image. This is what I want. So what I want to do is I want to look at the actual image they've got going on here and see if I can't expose a service of some sort. Well, they have this under Rails 5.7. They have under Rails. There's a way for me to, I guess I can search like this. Alright, nothing there. Nothing there. Oops, I think I just saw it. There it is. So it looks like this is the one we're pulling from currently. 5.0.7. Alright. That's exactly what I want. What I don't know how to do from this point is I guess we can base it off the image, right? Build on existing Docker image. I think I've already done this. I just need to go back to my. I just need a refresher. Yeah, because I've built propane. So how did I do that? Here's my Docker file. I based that off of something. Okay, so from Ubuntu latest. So we'll have to do something similar. So let's do this. Docker compose down. And then lab directory, so we'll make this custom CV 2018 3760 C. Okay. And then what I need to do is make myself a Docker file. And then within this Docker file, I want to say and I want to run. Yep, I want to run apt update. And then I want to also install server. I think that's what I want. Setup sh docker. Make sure I start all this right. Oh. SH everyone Docker container, that's what I want. That's what me thinks. Ooh, and you know what might be cool? Is if I did the other one and then made like another Ruby file or modified a Ruby file that had RCE in it, and in order to get it, you use the traversal to download the source code. That'd be a cool little challenge. Ooh, this is a good idea. Add. Yeah, I'm gonna steal all of this. I'm gonna just change a few things. Alright. So let's do this. Got an idea, my brain's working now. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Adding the user there. We also need to expose 3000. And you know, I'm happy with it just being that. That's fun. I like that. Install. Let's see if that works. Sudo docker build. That's fine. I don't need to have a stable CLI interface to do what I just told it to do. So what this should be doing is not only standing up an SSH server in the context, an SSH server in the context of the Docker container, but should also be creating a test user, adding it to sudoers for us, so it's a privileged user, and setting the password as test. Oh, I did miss a step. I missed the one more important thing that I wanted to do that made this. That's okay. We're just gonna make sure this works first. That's what we'll do. One thing at a time. As long as this works, then the rest of the stuff that I would want to do is gonna work just fine. I'd have to put it in a file that makes somewhat sense though. It'll be a little bit CTF-y. Okay, so... Oh damn, I should have built it with an image name. Okay, so Docker build, CHARTY, test. Cool. Docker run. And I'm actually going to take my own advice right now, not theirs. And then we need to expose 2000 to 3000. What am I doing? Right. Yes, okay, so attack P 3000 to 3000. And then we also need to expose our SSH port, and we'll call it test. And we gotta run it with permissions. Alright, we got an exit out of Metasploit. We don't really need it anymore. Okay, so far nothing's here. What did I do wrong? Seems right. Well, that seems right. No, what's happening? That's not fun. Something froze up on me. Alright, cool. That's cool. Now that should work. Guess maybe we should take a note from our Docker compose file. Now that I'm thinking about it. No, that's not gonna make a difference. That should actually be legitimately the same. Okay, that's somewhat promising. Come on, buddy. See what happens if we SSH into test. Test that. Oh, cool. Yes. Okay, that did work, which is pretty goddamn cool. I'll take that. cd/user bundle. That might be a problem right there. Okay, the SSH thing worked successfully, but the looks like our other situation did not. I would like to know why. Wonder if we go to that directory and try to start it, if that'll work. Go to cd user source blog URLs. Serious? Rails server tech B, right? No. Hell, that makes sense why it's not working if there's no Rails installed. Oh, that's a little bit frustrating. Okay, so very interesting. Let's comment out all this fun stuff. Except for this. It's that second port won't even matter. Okay, that works. Print all. Just want to get this, because if I can get this, I can just add stuff to it. Print. Maybe I can word that better. Get Docker file from container image. Yep, how to generate Docker file. That's what I needed. That'll make this a good bit easier. See. That's not what I want. So you can use it as follows. Hmm. Oh man, this is hacky as hell. I am gonna try. I guess I'm not because I'm still not on the. It's very funny that this is not standardized. See the files inside. That's not very helpful to me. Maybe it is actually. That was a very interesting solution. Huh. Oh well. If we can't get this, it's not a huge deal. It's something to work with. That's all great. That's all great. Just give me what I want to know. Alright, that's really cool, but I don't want to do all that right now. Oh, man. Alright. Okay, so let's try this. Docker run, or in interactive mode. Test. There is no Docker file in here. It's a good idea though. I don't think it's gonna work for me. Solid idea though. Alright, so we'll do Docker sudo Docker history test no trunk. this is painful. Alright, so we'll do this. Test.txt. Open file. Live, that's where we're at. Alright. I can work with this. I think. Oh, this is gonna be painful. So let's do this. Star. That doesn't make any sense why that's having that problem. Oh, maybe it's because this is a delimiter, so. Okay, let's try this. Alright, I'm just gonna copy this one and replace the rest. We doing some serious hardcore reverse engineering of some Docker files now. If this works at all, I'm gonna be amazed. Okay, so get rid of that because we know we don't need those. I can't imagine any of this is gonna work. This works, someone owes me a beer. I have no faith in this. Okay, so ugh, this is painful. This almost isn't worth it. It's not worth it. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna deconstruct this Docker file. I'm just gonna figure out what the hell is going on with this, with the additions that I've made to the Docker file. And I have one more idea. That's gonna make this a little bit easier. For example, this command is not necessary. Still concerned because it's just not running the Ruby code thereafter. wish I still had my image up. I don't know why I closed it down or where it went. Oh! 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 Did it work? Oh, I'm gonna be so happy if it worked. Let's refresh. Okay. 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 Okay, okay. Okay, that's a good sign. Can we SSH into this? Can't. Okay. At least we found where the issue is. Has to do with the conflict between the SSH daemon starting and the Rails daemon. Start SSH Docker in background. SSH will not detach. I really think that's the best answer though. I don't like that. Okay, I'll try that one more time just to see if there's a different conflict that we can resolve. But that's good to know. At least I know that's what the problem is. I was about to lose my friggin' mind. But see, that's not gonna work. I'm 90% sure because it's not running as a daemon. Yeah, but this'll work now, right? We don't care about that. We care about all the rest of our shit. Alright, so let's go take a looky at I like this idea. Let's see. Edit the last line. So we don't really need the bash, but that will drop us to a terminal and tell us more, but that's not really what I want. What I want is this. It's funny because we're doing a start, but it's the entry point command that makes the difference. So build, run, no such process. That actually might make sense. I think maybe. Nope. Okay, that's because it's not even started yet. So what happens? We have a run SSH starting there. That's so redundant. Alright, we're just gonna see if this works, and if it works at all, then okay, that is something. Did we start a thing? We didn't though. We didn't. So that's not what we wanted. Oh, that is so frustrating. Start SSH. You know what? You know what? Let's go back to that daemonized example. Or that detached example. Let's not help me out. This just might wild stab at just backgrounding the process, because who knows. Yeah, I know there was an extra argument. Okay, I didn't like that. Can we just run it like that maybe? Oops, didn't build. I wonder if it's the space. Nope, it just doesn't like that. I like none of this. None of this working is not fun. Yeah. That's what I thought. Run user sbin shd tech d and just background yourself, damn it. I swear to God, if that worked. Okay, no, it didn't work. Ugh. Alright, not gonna give up yet. I have one more idea. We're gonna do this. Get rid of all this bullshit. We don't want any of it at all. None of it. Not even that line. We do want to keep that line. Alright, what we want to do next is build this like we have before. But this time we're gonna run. Where is our... I want to take a look at the app. Jobs. Views. Layouts. This one. I wish I knew what I was doing. Oh, I'm not that smart. I can't figure this one out. The SSH idea was the best one I had. Ooh, okay. I do have one more idea. Alright, let's try this. Alright. My goal here is weird. I realize that. But I will do what I must because I can. Oh, I really don't want to do this right now. So I won't do it like that. What I'll do is I'll do it how I know. So where's my shit at? Here we go. Give me my Docker file. See, I'm over here like trying to resolve problems I've already solved. That's what GitHub's for. That's why you write down your shit. Okay. So we're gonna kind of do something like this. Kind of. Not exactly. Don't really need the whole ping stuff. That's more for propane. But we'll clean it up later. I also don't need that. What I do need to do is run I'll wait for that too. Alright, we don't need half of the shit. What we do need is an echo HP system underscore request CMD index.php. We don't need to copy anything either. We don't need to run any kind of setup. All we need is what we have. And we pray. This has been a roller coaster. Why do you need an SH in the... Okay, so for context, what I'm trying to do here, I'm trying to create Ruby on Rails challenges that are related to a future CTF for a Rails Dev Conference. So I'm doing some research on different Rails vulnerabilities, and VulHub's a great resource that has a couple like pre-configured Docker containers. Sorry, I haven't been paying attention to chat. I've been working hard on this. The problem is it's not an RCE related issue. You can't shell it, which is fine. It's still something to demonstrate a serious vulnerability. It's a way to get creds or whatever have you. So I'm trying to demonstrate that impact further. And my idea is I was going to configure an SSH instance on the Docker container to and then write the creds somewhere that would be fairly obvious in a standard config somewhere, so that you could then use the file path traversal to find the creds and then SSH into the box. That was the thinking. That's obviously too difficult. So my idea now is to create like a vulnerable PHP service and have two web servers running. Use the Ruby vulnerability to read the file on the PHP server, and I'll flesh it out a little bit more whenever I develop the challenge. But right now I'm just trying to get a proof of concept going. But the idea is you can read it, see there's a command execution vulnerability, bam, you got a shell. So that was the idea. I'm just trying different things. I'll flesh out the challenges a little bit more. I don't want it to be too complicated though, because this is targeting developers more than it is security researchers and professionals. So I want it to be fairly straightforward. So that's why. But let's see. In theory, we've got that going now. We don't really need that. What we do need is, well, I think we got our burp proxy running there, so we'll do that. Okay, Apache's running. It doesn't look like that's gonna work for us though, because it looks like our Rails server probably isn't running. Yeah, that's right. Good news is this probably is running. Oops. If we go to the right port. Maybe not. 8,000, right? Yeah. Should be right. Interesting. Damn. That's annoying. Okay. I'll have to come back to this another time. While we're here, I'm going to pick a random... Close this out. We'll pick a random VulHub box that I do have pre-configured. Well, I don't have it pre-configured. We'll have to set it up. But something I haven't done before just to do it. Might be fun. There's very few of these I haven't done yet. Now that I think about it. I see a lot during my day job, so it's like... What do I want to do? How about... What about... I want to do salt stack. I've done that. Let's go for... I wonder if there's other Samba vulnerabilities other than... No, that's just Samba Cry. This PH... Nah, PHP admin. Nah. This is hard. It's hard to make a decision. I wonder if the Elasticsearch one's got an RC in it. I know there is one. Nah. Yeah, I don't want to do that. What about... This might be easier to browse over on GitHub so we can actually see some of the pictures and stuff. Just to make an easy decision. I don't want to do anything complicated, but I wanted to at least finish the stream off with something a little bit fun. Yeah, I never did get the Shell Shock one to work. Usually Shell Shock's pretty straightforward. It's something I've done a billion gazillion times. But I can never get this container to work. That's because that one... That's because this one isn't Shell Shock. That's why I couldn't get it to work. Alright, let's do... What could I do here? Maybe J-Boss? I've never actually, I see J-Boss stuff everywhere, but I never actually run into one whenever I'm working. I think this is one of the most common ones. Invoker Servlet. Why not? Let's give it a whirl. I think it's even meta-splittable. It might be an easy shell just for fun. J-Boss. You know what? We're gonna go ahead and just do it. Oh no. Alright, if we can pull this one off just for funsies. I know it should be a pretty simple one, but we said that about the first one earlier too, and it took me 2 hours, so we'll do it for fun. So, here's your last hurrah. If you're just now checking in the stream for a while, we've been working on some cool stuff. Been trying to, I say it's cool stuff, it's actually been pretty boring from my perspective, but interesting nonetheless. I'm trying to get some interesting challenges related to Ruby and Ruby on Rails developed for a colleague of mine that's hosting some competitions for developers to teach developers more about best practices and security. And I managed to get one. My goal was 6, so we didn't quite meet the goal, but that's okay. At the beginning of the stream, if you want to go back and watch later, there's a VOD where I talk more about my YouTube channel and some other stuff going on. But the most important thing that I want to communicate about the stream is that it's a charity stream for the AFSP. It's a great mental health organization that's dedicated to helping with suicide prevention, and they have a lot of education resources to make that conversation easy instead of awkward. Like, there's even a stigma for me saying that word, suicide, on social media, and I understand why, but there really shouldn't be. This is to be blocked and even potentially stigmatized for talking and having that discussion is a huge deal. It's a huge problem that we even have to worry about that. And so that's what this organization is all about, creating positive discussions around all of those ideas and around the mental health and all that stuff. So I'm taking a leap of faith out and just not caring, because I'd rather support the organization than worry about what I have to say or don't say, to make sure that conversation keeps going, because it's an important one to have, because it's one that saves lives. So consider donating if you want to, but that's enough of my spiel. Let's get hacking. All about that. So, looks like we got JBoss. Supposed to be run on 9990 and 8080. We may have a problem with that with Burp Suite running right now, so I may actually have to redo this real quick. I did not think about that. Might want to fix that. Actually, you know, I would rather change my... We're going to have to restart that anyway. But I would rather change my Burp Suite proxy. Oh, it's already on 8081. How nice of them. I guess they figured that one out for me. Alright, back up we go. Now it shouldn't take as long because it's already built. Alright. So... search... JBoss. Pretty sure this already has a pretty... unified invoker, GMX invoke servlet, invoke. Via GMX invoker servlet. Yep, that looks like the one we're probably after. It's just going to be on our local host, and we can check it real quick, and if it doesn't come back positive, we can check on the service some more, which I probably want to do anyway. In fact, we'll go ahead and do that while that's going. Target does appear to be vulnerable though, so this may be good. I was having trouble with this before, but I do want to play with this a little bit and fingerprint it a little bit better, just so I know exactly what I'm looking at. We're not just pointing Metasploit at it and going, which is kind of what we're doing. I'm nearing the end of the stream. I just want a second shell, just because we can. We can see what kind of services are running here, so we know. All right, we got JMX console. I'm just taking a stab at admin for the creds. I guess not. I think 9000 was the other service that was listening. Can't remember. No, 9990. Alright. So what's on this service? Nothing useful for us. If we go back here, there is more stuff. Web services console. So all of these require some sort of authentication for some reason. I wonder if JBoss has default creds. Not like it'll matter too much if we can just exploit it real quick, but I am curious. Yeah, it's supposed to be admin. Looks like the admin console may just be exposed though. Oh, hold on. Okay, maybe not. So we can't log into the console directly there, but thankfully the actual exploit doesn't require authentication, which is fantastic for us. So we're just gonna pop it real quick since it seems to be vulnerable. Alright, having trouble with the target, so we'll need to set the target type. And I want to set it to be Java Universal, even though it should be a Linux x86 starter. But we'll try this. I remember I was having a huge problem with this before. See if we can call this manually if we need to. Oh, we got a failed request. That's no fun. Alright, so it doesn't like that very much, but that's okay. So they're utilizing WISO serial payloads. A super sketchy deserialized exploit.jar. It's okay. We'll take that into account. At least they host it. I think I'm gonna have fun. I think I'm gonna run it. I'm not signing anything on this VM. Yeah, fuck it, we ball. We're gonna run it. Risk it all. All the marbles. Oh, we don't need this FTP server anymore. Let's go to our downloads. Run this sketchy ass tool. Oh no! I wanted to run the sketchy tool. Why can't we run the sketchy tool? That's not fun. Oh, come on. Alright, we'll shut that one down for now. That's a fun one. That's a deserialization exploit that you can just use with WISO serial, but I don't know if it needs creds or not. I don't know why it would with this particular vulhub instance. It seems like it wouldn't, but that's fine. Take a look at these other ones. This is one of those WISO serial payloads. Invoke a read only. Okay, yeah, this is one that makes decent sense. Invoke, deploy. Do want to look at the other one though, because I've seen this one before. Have I seen this one before? JBoss MQ? I knew I didn't want to do JBoss today. I've seen all these. Just don't feel like doing that. Okay, let's see. Yeah, we'll do the salt stack one just because it's fun, even though I've done it a gazillion times. Salt stack's my jam. And at least I know enough about it to kind of talk through it. So for those of you watching the VOD who have watched this far, hopefully you knew to skip the hell ahead. Because this shit was boring there for a while. Alright, so I think this is it. I might not be the right one. Some of these are just file permission. They're still pretty nasty vulnerabilities, but not quite what we're looking for. Yeah, I think this is... Yep, this is the arbitrary command execution, so this one's pretty cool. So what's nice is we are going to use Metasploit for this, even though I'll walk through that README real quick once it's done setting up. But the reason we're going to use Metasploit for this is because we can actually see there's a couple of neat post modules, or not post modules, auxiliary modules that do some neat stuff like gather the root key. Then it's not just about the remote code execution. Obviously that's super cool and all, but the key gathering is what's neat to me. So Salt Stack will start up. It'll have all of these services and ports exposed. The main Salt Stack mesh server for all the operations 45.5, 45.06. And you got the Salt API and the SSH server as far as the container goes. That's just container specific. But the exploit impacts the API, so you can go and hit /run, you can provide it with token, all the kind of stuff you need, but the actual command execution comes with the SSH priv. You can write whatever the hell you want here, pipe, and then you can do, yeah, it's the command execution, the RC is through that parameter. But the reason this works is because of the combination of those two other vulnerabilities. So you kind of need the key first to actually exploit it. I believe that's correct. It's been a minute since I've had to walk through that scenario. But I'm 99% sure the first step in this is gathering the root key. In fact, if you do the typical Metasploit exploit, what it'll do is gather the root key for you first. So that's important, I believe, for the sake of the token and the validation. I need to read more on that. But that is the blind explanation off the dome. Having done this since the last time I researched this was when it came out, and it was shortly after my research. If you haven't seen my talk at DEF CON Las Vegas, the Red Team Village, I'd talk about another Salt Stack configuration issue. It's not really a CVE vulnerability 0-day type stuff, but it's a cool attack chain that you can do against Salt Stack that still works to this day. It's by design. Kind of niche though. Alright, cool. So we got Salt Stack ready. We're gonna use the auxiliary module first, just to kind of show what I was talking about. So our host is already set. We just set it for our local host because that's what we're running as. So we'll run this. We didn't receive the reply that we wanted. Oh. That's very interesting that it's not working. We'll reboot it real quick. Also take a look at the Docker Compose XML or YML and make sure. Yeah, all that seems fine. Maybe I'm just moving too fast for it. Okay. Huh. That's not what we're expecting. We'll see if we can work with it anyway. Maybe there's a problem with the aux module on my installation. So we need this module. I think all of that makes sense. Huh. This is not working how I expected. This was supposed to be like an easy plug and play exploit. I say that and then now it's going. But it can't get that did not receive serialized auth info. That is so weird. I'm 99% sure that's a requirement. Like we need that. Maybe we don't, but alright, here's what I'm gonna do real quick. Upgrade, Casey, upgrade. Upgrades, people, upgrades. Forget that I'm on Kali. That's what I get for using a normal VM. Alright, this shouldn't take too terribly long on my super speedy interwebs. I say that, no, it's gonna take forever. It's important to keep your tools up to date. Datalux, no, I couldn't see your chat. I don't know why. It was being marked as spam, but I can see now. Yeah, all the service start stuff, that doesn't work in the context of Docker. I'm sure you're probably gone now, but if you're still in chat and just for the context of the VOD, you can't just run a systemctl sshd start in the context of Docker container until everything is built. And the problem that we're getting hung up on is it would do that, stop, or go ahead and start the service and then exit, but wouldn't then run the Ruby service that I needed to run, which is a pain in the ass. Also, grabbing the command I'm looking for, I know how all that works. You can also just do a history. You're doing it an even more hacky way than I was. You can just run history and grep. I have a cool little tool. It's actually in my GitHub. I'm using a bare bones Kali VM just so people can follow along if they want to. I don't have anything fancy installed on it other than what you've seen me pull in as we've gone. It's just otherwise it's pretty raw. And I did that on purpose. But normally what I'll do is I pull down, I have some dot files in my configs on my GitHub, and I've got a cool little feature my buddy Seth wrote. It's called Fuzzy History, and I still use it to this day. You just type F8 and you can just search, and you'll get through whatever you want. thanks for the comments. Thanks for chiming in. I now have it on live chat so I can see more stuff. Right now it was only on, for some reason it was on top chat, which was being more strict in a filter. I already have a filter, I don't need all that. I didn't want you to update all this bullshit. Alright, hopefully almost done here. Never ran into this issue before, so we're just trying it out, see what works. Hopefully the setup, actually extraction stuff doesn't take too terribly long. Let's get everything unpacked and happy. If this takes too long, I may say just screw it. Screw the Metasploit bullshit and we'll go and do a Mongo Express one. That might be more fun. So I can do that with Burp Suite. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that because I'm impatient. You know what? We'll do both if it comes back up in time. I just have a strong feeling it won't. Because my VM's kind of slow right now. Probably wouldn't be as slow if I didn't have 50 million tabs open. Anyway, Mongo Express. I think this one's a pretty cool one that was kind of new to me. I still don't have like a super strong familiarity with this particular issue. But it is fun, and it's not one that's particularly difficult to exploit. Oh, that's annoying. It's okay. We'll wait on all that. Welcome to the downloading and updating stream. It's pretty much just CLI porn at this point. Oh man. Alright, we're almost done with this little VM setup. I'm glad we did it because this is definitely going to finish before the general updates finish. I only wanted to update Metasploit, but Kali has it as like a full package, so you know, dependency management or whatever have you. Well, I guess while we're waiting, switch to our little intermission screen, hang out for a second. See any live chats that want to pop on screen, we'll hang out. Pretty much after I'm done with this, we'll be done with the stream. I've done all the work I can do and exhausted my brain. I have a rough idea of kind of where I want to proceed next with some of these apps. Ruby and Rails is just a headache, man. It's hard to get some stuff working how you would expect it. At least in the context of what I'm trying to accomplish with this CTF, but That's okay. I feel like I'll be able to recreate it anyway. I just need to put more time into it and not be wanting to demo it on a stream and just work through it, but that's not quite as entertaining. It's hard to be engaged with the audience that does come through and kind of do the charity thing without getting sucked into the work that is debugging these weird ass issues. That's all good. Ain't no big deal. We did make some progress today though. Did make some progress. I got at least one challenge good. Really three. 3 challenges good, I would call good. 2 need to be modified to the point that they can be used to at least gather some kind of flag or place a flag of some sort. Well, come on. You got this. I believe in you. Little Docker container. You can do it. All the effort and patience I put into downloading stuff on these VMs is going to be sad whenever I blow it away from the snapshot. Guess I need to make a new snapshot soon. Almost done. You got this. Alright, cool. So that's all good. Now all we gotta do is go... What? Cannot start web server because it's already in use. I know why that is though. That is my burp suite, which is great. Why did my Kali background change? That's kind of funny. Did it change because I tried to run that weird sketchy jar earlier? It's probably changed because of it's in the middle of updates. So I say, who popped me? Who popped me live on stream? Go for it. Come at me, bro. Please don't. That'd just be annoying. Be a waste of all our time. Alright, so we'll remove that. Yes, we want our normal proxy listener. And then we can bring this up. Cool. Cool. Alright. Now we should actually be able to use our burp suite proxy because we actually do want that in this case. Do a local host 8081. I think is where we want to be. So let's talk about how this is going to work for a second. So you've got a Mongo Express instance. We essentially have access over the database itself, which is cool and all. Like if this were a super sensitive database, it's obviously just a test Docker container. But if this was a super sensitive database, we could just be like, bam, we're going to delete all the contents of the database and we're good to go. There's a cattail for all those interested in that. But we don't. We want shells. That's what we're here for. We're here to get shells. So let's do that. So first thing I'm going to do is cheat a little bit and look at the README because this is a kind of obscure exploit. It's related to Node and Mongo Express specifically, and the issue is within this code that gets executed. It's got this constructor, dot constructor. God, I hate this JavaScript. No bullshit. Anyway, point is it ends up in an exec sync call, right? And that is process. This is what we're taking. We're abusing this constructor and we are passing this into a post parameter of document, and this document will then parse our constructor. So to break this down just a little bit more, this is referencing the current object, the keyword, literally keyword this. So it's referencing this object, and then we are getting the constructor, but then we're going one level down deep and getting that constructor's constructor and getting the process returned from it. So we're calling that as basically a function. And then we're getting the property of that function, that's the main module, and we're telling it that it requires the child process, and that is necessary because we're then executing the function of exec_sync, which is our execution to run code. Make sense? I know even that was a bad explanation, but even the correct, proper explanation hurts your brain just as much. But that's noted for you. But it's really cool. Like, as complicated and stupid and crazy as it is, it's still really, really cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to copy this request just so we have an example of it and how we need to construct our request. But we're going to do the same thing. We're going to go to check valid over here and see what we get returned. I think that's what we're supposed to do. Yes, check valid. But we cannot get check valid. Okay, that is what we expect. We have to. It has to be a post request. But that's cool, because now we have that request in Burp Suite. So now we can go over to Burp Suite, send this to repeater, and we can change our request type. So we're gonna change request method, and that'll just change it to a post for us. Now if we send this, it'll tell us invalid. Well, why is that? Well, if we, I don't want to pollute all of my crap I got, so I don't need this anymore. So now we look at this, we need to pass an actual parameter. So that's where we need this document. So what we'll do, just for the sake of showing the exploit code working, is we will pop that in, make sure we got our new line returns, and run it. That's a valid request. We're not going to get any data back from that, though. We can run another one where we say ls temp success. That says valid because we didn't run a valid command, but that's valid. So we're getting valid responses back and forth based on if our command execution is working or not. That's super cool, right? So how do we turn this into a shell? A lot of ways we can do that. We can kind of do the same thing we did earlier if we want to, where we just make a bash reverse shell callback. One of the things I want to do though is use this if we use the which command and say which blah. There's probably not a program called blah that should return valid, but if we say which curl, that's valid. Okay, so we can run curl commands. Super useful to know. So what I want to do then is get my IP address that I'm going to make a call back to. So it's going to be this guy right here. And I'm just going to do this all over netcat. No, we're going to do this over here. I'm going to do this all as streamlined as possible. Alright. So, we're no longer really doing Ruby anymore, but that's fine. What I want to do then is, oh man, we can download a binary if we want to. We can write to a file and pipe it into bash. I think that's what I want to do. I want to do that. So we'll call this shell.sh. Actually, I think we already have a shell.sh. That might save us some time. Yeah, shell.sh. Cool. Perfect. We already got our payload ready. Isn't that nice? So Python 3 HTTP the server, serve that up. Alright. The key thing that we're going to need here though, I want a new tab. Is we're going to need to start ourselves up our netcat listener. Just to catch the shell. Oops. And we're calling back on quad 4s. So that's ready. We should be able to catch this all in pretty real time if I do it right. So we'll have that over here so we can see our web server callback. So now all I gotta do is run curl p. We're not gonna be able to do localhost because this is in the context of Docker container, so we do need to. I didn't need to do all that, it was right in front of me. Let's see. Sorry, I was checking on chat for y'all because I know I'm speed blamming through this. Alright. So now we can say curl back to our little IP where we're hosting everything from. And our web server is on quad 8s. And then we need shell.sh. And then we need to pipe that into bash. In theory, once we hit send, if I did everything right, we're going to call back to the web server, which will grab the shell.sh file, and then that will then be piped into bash and execute and give us a reverse shell. Let's see if we did it right. We sure did. Ooh, that feels good. First time. Oh yeah. So the reason that works is because, again, this document parameter will parse this Node.js code and just allow for code exec. And this isn't the context of Node.js or the context of MongoDB. This is explicitly in the Mongo Express application. It's a known vulnerability. So yeah. Alright, we did some hacking. Had some fun. Made a little bit of progress on the goal I was trying to make. Didn't make any progress on that donation goal. So you VOD watchers better donate some money to the AFSP. Do it for the homies, and by the homies I mean the good cause. But for real, thanks for everybody who participated in chat today. That was super fun. Nice to catch up with people, especially old fans who watch my YouTube channel and all the the educational content I had. So I'll be back. I'll be doing more stuff like this, hopefully less chaotic, less developmenty, and more focused on one specific objective or a handful of objectives. So yeah, thanks to all the new subs, and thanks for everybody for hanging out. Remember to donate, and I'll catch you next time. Enjoy the tunes. Remember, these are all my bands and all my music projects. Peace.
Secrets to the ones who would expect it. Don't close your eyes, I know you never could have guessed it. Close your eyes, don't forget familiar faces. Am I crazy? Is this just one of my phases? Keep telling secrets to the ones who would expect it. Don't close your eyes, I know you never could have guessed it. Close your eyes, don't forget familiar faces. Keep telling secrets to the ones who would expect so. Don't close your wishing for the old days. How did everything get so gray? A break, better mission, 1,000 decisions. Just need some